Kilo Alpha 3, Sierra Victor, Kilo. Hello, radio, KA3SVK.
Oh, they're fine now. Not having any issues with the antennas. But that's okay. Everyone has their opinion.
N1SAG, listen.
It's kind of quiet out here.
Don't break radio silence.
Hello, radio.
N1SAG.
K1APS.
Okay, there's two stations there.
This is KA3SVK.
Okay, Chris, I got you. Who's the other station?
This is Kilo Charlie 1 Alpha Papa Sierra Dennis. Delta Echo November India Sierra over here in East Rite 8, Vermont.
Okay, Dennis up there in Vermont. And Chris is down there in Maryland. Dennis, are you copying Chris in Maryland? Over.
I sure am. Hey, Chris, what's happening? I didn't quite get your call sign now.
Chris, are you copying Dennis?
No, I can't hear Dennis at all.
Oh, Dennis, sorry, he can't hear you. But his call is KA3SVK, over.
Yeah, you got it right.
Yeah, Chris's call is KA3SVK, over.
Roger that on the K3SVK. I got that. Well, let's see if I can't get the amplifier warmed up this evening.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that I don't know. Maybe you'll hear you then. I don't know. It's funny you can hear him just fine. But well, it's still early. The sun's probably not all the way down. Over.
Yeah, it's still light up here in Vermont a bit. It's not totally dark yet. It is snowfiring though.
All right, really. Yeah, we had 45 degrees here today. Sun and clouds. A lot of sun. Today was a pleasant break. They're saying it's going to get cold tonight and things will be froze up in the morning, I guess. Over.
Roger. Now, whereabouts are you at?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm in Connecticut. I'm down here in New Hartford, Connecticut. Over.
Roger, the New Hartford, Connecticut. Yeah, I was down in Massachusetts today, and it was quite nice compared to when we got back here to Vermont. It's a little warmer down there. The sun was out, but get back up here, it's all cloudy and considerably cooler.
All right, yeah. So whereabouts you get down to Springfield?
West of Springfield, over to Ludlow. We're down to Ludlow today, and then Belchertown, over to Belchertown. Are you familiar?
A little bit. I've been over there once or twice. But, yeah, they're a little warmer down here than up in Vermont. And I don't know, I was watching the weather map, and they got some cold air coming in for everybody in the Northeast for tonight. It's going to come down again from the Northwest, from Canada, and cover us with some cooler temperature. It's supposed to be even cooler tomorrow again, so I don't know. We'll wait and see what it is. I was kind of hoping for a warming trend here, N1SAG.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, I was, up here. We're looking for some of the sun and the warmer temperatures because we got a bunch of snow. And a lot of us are ready for it to go away. So I think later we're supposed to get into the 50s. So that will make some of that white stuff, evil white stuff, disappear. Roger?
Roger, yeah, 50 degrees would be nice. 50 degrees would be okay. Chris, Dennis is going to warm up his amplifier. Maybe then you'll hear him. Go ahead, Chris, over.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I can't even hear a peep. I tried everything. I even went to a different antenna, and I just can't hear my way. I don't know. We'll see what happens when he warms up the amp. Sounds good. How's everything with you today, Dave?
Just fine. Didn't do much today. I got out, cleaned the gutters, and we still got a foot of snow on the ground here, and a little more in the woods, even in the shady areas. But things are melting pretty quick. The driveway, I scraped that down a little bit today, and got rid of most of the ice. But things are melting little by little, and the sun's getting higher every day. Looking better and better. Back to you.
Absolutely. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, today it's pretty cool out. I mean, it wasn't bad out today. It warmed up a little bit, and me and my son went for a ride and got a piece for his trailer. The screw part that lifts it off of the tongue of the ball. Had to get a new one because they went and bent the hell out of it, bent up the A part of the trailer. So I had to torch it, straighten it out, do some welding to straighten out the support for the lower support for the shaft because it got ripped, and so I had a lot of metal to do. Took care of all that, and we got a new piece for his trailer so we can crank it up again. So we had a 2-ton one, and we found a 5-ton one to put underneath there, but it's I hope he doesn't do it again, because those things are a big pain in the butt to fix.
Oh, yeah, I know they are, yeah. Well, your hands are feeling better then, huh? You're able to use your hands all right?
Oh, yeah, no problem. There's still a little bit of numbness, but it's coming back slowly but surely. It's, it's always feeling just a little bit better. And the old doctor wanted me to come over there and visit him to spend some more money. I said, my hand's doing just fine. If I have any problems, I'll call you.
Roger. Yeah, well, at least that's good. Your hands feel better. You're out there doing something. Yeah, you bend up them trailers, and they're a lot of work to fix. I've done a few of those myself. But Dennis up there in Vermont. Did you get your amp going over?
Yeah, I got that. I think it's satisfactory. It usually only takes 90 seconds to be ready, but I'll give it a minute. So yeah, I'm all set. I'm going to give him a holler.
Yeah, all right. It's on. If it's on, what kind of amp? What are you running there for tubes? Over.
This is the. Let me make sure it's modulating here. Yeah. This is the Alpha 76A. It's running 2.3 CX 800 800A. Yeah. The 3 CX 800s A7s. That's what it is. Is it sounding all right over to you there?
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I got an old Henry for UHF that runs a single 3CX 800 A7. Yeah, they're good too, and usually a few minutes to warm them up, and yeah, it sounds real good. Chris, are you hearing Dennis at all now? Over.
Yes, I'm just starting to hear him now. Couldn't hear him before, but I can hear him now. It's just above the noise, but it's still early. Usually, actually speaking, normally it'd be like 6 o'clock, and then it's always early. Like with the spring forward down at 7, but still it doesn't change the way the band is. So it's just it's still going to be a while before it comes around there. Go ahead. Okay, Christmas.
Well, go ahead, Dennis.
All right, Chris. I'll give you a yell there. KA3SVK. This is KC1APS. I'm located up here in East Rygate, Vermont, and I just figured we'd get out here and see if there's any activity tonight. So it's good that you can hear me down there. We're only doing, I'm kind of just easing this thing along at 1,000 watts. I'm not terrorizing or nothing. So hopefully you can hear me down there. Good to meet you, and I'll return it back to you.
Yeah, Dennis, what's your call again?
All right, it's Kilo Charlie 1 Alpha Papa Sierra.
Okay, real good. Kilo Charlie 1, Alpha Papa Sierra. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Very good, Dennis. Well, you're getting through now. I couldn't hear you at all. At least now I can hear you. And later on, I'll be able to hear you a lot better. It's still early. And it's nice to meet you. I don't know if we spoke before or not.
I don't recall. I don't have you logged, so I don't believe so. I listen here quite often. Sometimes I get home late and I just turn it on. I just listen for a while, and it's I had my main radio went down, and I just got this one, so I'm hoping that it's sounding half decent. I'm not really familiar with it, so I've been trying to get it set up, and then I had to do a couple different hookups to get the amplifier hitched up to it and everything. But yeah, I got it all dialed in, I believe, somewhat this weekend. So hopefully it's sounding okay to you guys.
Yeah, well, sounds all right here, Dennis. And when SAG name on this end is Dave, by the way.
All right, Dave. Yeah, no, I think Chris might have went down. He was up and down a little bit there towards the end, but well, all right. Well, as long as it's not too unbearable, I guess I'm doing okay. And you're sounding good as usual up here. Like I said, I usually come here and listen quite often. So I guess I'll tell you a little bit about what we're using over here for equipment, just so you're aware. I went ahead and I built the 250-foot center-fed Toad Harbor dipole. I got it's probably like 35 feet, 40 feet to the apex. And I'm talking to you on a Kenwood 590S, and the amplifier, of course, is a Alpha 76A. And I just picked up one of them Palstar AT5K tuners, so that seems to be working pretty well. So that's a little bit about the station up here.
Okay, Dennis. This end's nothing fancy here, just the 700. And I'm powered up on a AL82, just feeding a resonant dipole. No tuner in line, over.
I'm running the 7300, relatively new radio to me, but it's pretty simple to use. I took on to it pretty quick and had no problems with it. And I'm just running the AL80B with a 160 dipole fed with coax, so nothing special, but that's what we're running here. Back to you, Dennis, KA3SPK.
All righty, very good, Dave. And I got yours, and Chris, I got yours too. Yeah, sounding good. You're both sounding real good tonight. Chris is up and down a little bit, but like you said, it's still a little early. We're still kind of on that daylight savings time, so I'm sure with time it'll all get better. This is KC1APS.
Yeah, I said I might have doubled with Chris. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think we doubled. I changed frequency accidentally. I came back. I didn't know if he was talking to me. I guess he was talking to you.
No, he was talking to you.
Okay. I didn't know that.
All right. Nobody else in there? No Randy, no Ray, nobody. Where's all the authority?
They'll be in here soon enough.
Yeah, now the days are longer. Randy's probably working later.
Actually, I talked to Randy on the way home on 60, and it was a while ago, so he's at home now.
Oh, all right. Okay. Well, he'll be in. He's probably chowing down.
Yeah, I went and pulled my FT9918 Alpha out and sent it to old Yaesu today.
What, you sent the radio back to Yaesu?
Yeah, I'm having them do some work, well, it's still under warranty, to check some stuff on the radio that I don't think is quite right. And so I want to get it fixed while it's still under warranty.
Oh, like what?
The antenna tuner, I think, has a cold solder joint in it somewhere. Sometimes it'll tune on 20, 40, and 60, and then sometimes you tune it, it'll make that stuff of yours worse. So I think there's a cold solder joint in there somewhere because if you tap on top of the radio, it comes back. So something a little flaky going on in there. So that's one thing. And then another thing is on AM, one of the settings in the service menu, so it's a menu you're not supposed to go to. In the service menu, it's driving hard on the AM, and it sounds raspy. It's a known problem, so I said, you need to get that thing adjusted too, because it's way too high. So they got to fix that.
Oh, all right, yeah. Oh, so you talked to him?
Yeah, I talked to the repairman over there. And let me see, there's one. Oh, and I want them to check the VHF and UHF reception. It seems not quite as sensitive as my other radios. So I want them to find out if there's any issues or if it's normal for that particular model.
Oh, all right, yeah. You know, I never even used the tuner in this radio. I never bothered. And not to say I won't use it, but just never. I don't coast around. I don't do a lot of coasting around bands. But yeah, they'll fix it up. They'll look at it. I never do AM. I never did AM on this with this radio anyway. But yeah, they'll fix it up. So the 7300's working good. Dennis, you say you're running a new Kenwood over?
Me?
No, Dennis up there. You still around, Dennis?
Yeah, sure am. Yeah, it's I just picked this up because I have a 950, a Kenwood 950 SDX, and it went out on me. And, it's quite old. And so that went out on me, and a fella not too far from here had this one for sale. It's a Kenwood 590S. And so I grabbed that, just so I had a radio to use. So I'm still kind of learning it. I get the manual right here. It's like a 50, 60, 80-page manual or something. So I'm still trying to learn it and, the audio adjustments and all that. But it's coming around, I believe.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad, really. Sounds all right here. What do you say, Chris?
Well, I think it sounds pretty good. I think the I think you said it's 590. That's one of the older ones, isn't it?
Yeah. This one, the date of this one is like 2013. So I'm not sure. I don't really keep up with a lot of the radio stuff, but I'm not sure when they came out with them. But the date on this one's a 2013. But the thing's like brand new. The guy, he didn't really. He used it more for listening, and he didn't really transmit it on it much. And ended up buying an SG because it had, there was a little bit of difference. I'm not sure what that was, but so basically, this one was just sitting there as a spare radio. So I picked it up at a good price. So I'm pretty happy with it. It has some nice features.
Very nice, very nice. Well, I hope you got it for a great price. But Dave, on the Yaesu, I just want to make sure everything's fixed before it gets out of warranty. I put it off for too long. Since I have this one going, it's perfect time to send it back and make sure they go back to it. And I think they're going to actually update the software in it too, which I didn't feel like doing. So they'll give it a good burn test and put everything back the way it should be.
Yeah, good idea. And I don't know if there's software adjustments or updates for this thing, but I don't want to take it off this desk. It's runs just fine the way it is. Over.
Exactly. If it works, leave it alone. And right now, this thing, I don't think I'm going to touch another thing on this new radio. It's exactly where I want to be, and I'm very happy with it. And I tell you what, it's amazingly simple to use. I didn't realize how easy this radio is to use, and it actually is very user-friendly there. Go ahead.
Roger, yeah, they're not so bad. I mean, I when I first plugged it in, it was a lot newer than I'm, a lot more technical than I'm used to. So, but it didn't take me only a few days to get used to it. And you got questions, you get in the manual and start poking around and figure things out. And they run. They are. I like the touch screen. Some people don't like them. I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with it. Works fine. They're good. They're good low for the price, and they work okay. But well, getting back to the weather, I'm hoping all this bad weather blows by as quick as it can be. And I saw they were trying. I tell you, they on the news they had the Punxsutawney Phil in handcuffs. They arrested him for giving a false forecast.
Oh, really? I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, that last big storm that blew through, the last big snowstorm and winter storm we had, after I think the next day or two, they had I don't know, the police were putting it on. It was like a comedy thing. Some guy was dressed in a woodchuck outfit, and they had him handcuffed and a cop on each arm, and hauling him off to jail.
I didn't hear anything about that. That must have been your local news there?
I think I saw it on Fox News.
Oh, really? I didn't see it. I didn't see it at all. Interesting. Well, what was I going to say? Dennis, I was going to say, we'll go ahead and pick it up.
What's that?
I said, you want to go ahead and pick it up? I got to play with something here on my screen on the computer.
Oh, see, I don't even have a computer down here. And even if I did, I wouldn't know how to run it. Ray put a computer screen on his radio, so now he thinks he's a big wheel.
Ray put a computer screen on his radio?
Yeah, I guess you can plug in a screen and the screen will show everything that your little screen on the rig shows and more, I guess. So, I don't know if Randy gave him a computer screen, I think, and they plugged it in.
What I got to do now is give him a cheap computer and get him to learn how to use it.
Jack gave it to me.
Oh, Jack gave it. Who taught you how to use it?
What do you have to learn? You plug it into the radio, and it displays what the radio displays.
Yeah, I never had one.
Well, you can't do that on every radio.
Well, you can do it on these 7300s.
I don't so. You can only do it on the 7610, the 7851, and the new Yaesu, and this one.
Yeah, the 7300 doesn't do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
As far as I know, you cannot do it with the 7300.
Well, that's good because I wasn't going to do it anyway.
Ray, we got to get you a computer. You got to learn how to use that thing.
Hang on, just tuning my tuner a little bit here. Hello.
And then we're going to get you an automatic tuner.
Yeah, and then we'll get you to learn how to use an anon.
Then you're going to we'll see, after I get the automatic tuner, I'm going to need a walker to get around with.
We'll get you the walker with the wheels on the back and the little tennis balls on the front.
Yeah, well, I already have 3 walkers, so I'm all set. Let me just retune, because now it's drier out today. 1 second.
Yeah, let me retune.
Ray's playing the tune.
Playing with his tuner.
That sounds like it's a little flat. It sounds like a C- or something.
I don't know, was that putting out CW? That couldn't be I didn't have the paddle thing in. Was it putting out CW?
Yeah, you had a continuous wave, but then you put paddles.
Oh, yeah, okay. I thought that acting weird. Okay.
So is the house sold?
What are you doing now, Ray? Chris wants to know if you sold the house.
He's probably busy.
Okay. I guess everything's working right now.
Yeah, it's working fine. Did you sell your house?
Supposedly. 3 guys came and they looked it over and they said yeah, and they shook hands and they left. Supposed to contact my lawyer's supposed to contact his lawyer, and yeah, supposedly, but until the money's in my account, I won't say that I sold it.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. That's the way. Yeah. They'll settle up.
Well, that'll be good. So then I sold the house. Then I just got the car left. Just got the Beamer, and then I'm all set.
You got to sell that?
Yep. Got to sell that too.
What year is it?
It's a 2001.
How many miles?
44,000, probably 400.
Oh, you should be able to get book value then.
Oh, yeah, no sweat. Plus, the car's never been driven in the wintertime. It's only been down in Florida. It's like a brand new car.
Yeah, no, you probably even get 1,000 or 2 above book for for it's never been, driven in the mess. That's like when she bought that Corvette. She paid, well, let me think. She paid $2,000 over book for that Corvette because the thing was so nice looking.
Yeah, well, this Beamer's the same thing. I took it out the other day and went up to Northampton with it, and I'll tell you what, it's a really nice car.
Yeah, they always made good cars. The only problem with those cars, as far as I'm concerned, I'm no expert on cars, but they're hard, they're expensive to get parts for, and they're expensive to get service for them. But other than that, they're a great little car.
Well, fortunately, my mechanic, my Corby's Auto Repair, who fixes all my cars, also works on BMWs and stuff like that. So he just charges the regular price.
Right, yeah. Some guys that like working on those cars, I don't know if I ever worked on a BMW, but I worked on a few different foreign cars, and some guys like working on them. I don't know. Every car is about the same. I have different approaches to this and that. If you got a manual, if you got the experience and the know-how to fix them, that's a big help too. But yeah, they're a good car.
And 3 RMR.
And 3 RMR. Go ahead.
Haven't got much to add yet. Just wanted to let you know that I was lurking.
With amplifier and wash tub tuner, I'm telling you, you're just the best. You're the classic Toad Harbor net person.
Now, if only I had real wire for an antenna and I had a real microphone and a real radio, I'd be the cat's meow, the llama's pajamas.
Yeah, you definitely need a Kenwood 890, and you need an antenna made out of copper.
What about copper-clad stainless steel?
If you could get the real stuff that they made back in the 50s and 60s, it's fine. But unfortunately now the stuff's crap. They put about 1/10 of a thousandth of copper on it, so it looks like copper. And then you put it outside, and a year later it's all rusty.
Well, that's not stainless steel.
No, it's not stainless steel. But you have to have, according to the league, according to the ARRL, copper clad has 40% copper.
Well, who made them wire engineers?
Well, if you think about it, the wire's got to have probably, you probably should have 10,000th of an inch of copper plating on the steel wire, or it's gonna, it's just gonna fall apart. So, the long and short of it is just use regular copper.
Yeah, but copper stretches.
Oh, that's crap. It doesn't stretch. If it stretches, it's only an inch or two. And who cares? You run an open wire feed line. It could stretch 20 feet. It ain't going to make one bit of difference.
THHN doesn't stretch that much.
No. If it stretches, it's only an inch or two.
And it's heavy.
Well, steel wire isn't heavy. Steel is going to be heavier than copper.
Not my wire.
Well, yeah, because it's 18 gauge, but that even makes it worse because not only is it very resistive, it's very small, so the resistance is even higher.
But you could say that it's one hot setup.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that.
So what are you doing, Ray? You selling all your stuff, getting ready to move to another country, or what's the deal?
I'm not doing anything at all. I got a ICOM 7600. You want to buy it?
I thought you keep that as a spare radio.
No, I'm good, thanks.
No, I'm going to buy. In another year, I'll buy another 7610 for a spare radio.
What, after they get all the bugs worked out of them?
Well, after, the number one thing they had, you can't fix the screw-up they did with the radio as far as the overload, but you certainly should be able to fix the fact that the radio will last longer than 30 days before it goes bad.
I don't know, Ray. I think you might have got the raw deal on that twice.
Well, why would you say that? Everybody that has one of those radios, every single guy in here has the same problem.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
Carl's, his screen's bad, and both preamps are out on his. The other guy's having preamp problems. Bill up there, he's having preamp problems. There's two other guys in here that bought 890s. They both had 7610s. They both crapped out.
Man, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, everybody, when I say this, everybody gets pissed, and they think I'm I'm being unfair to ICOM. But ICOM built a pile of crap, and they deserve to get what they deserve. They deserve to not be able to sell any stinking junk radios. I don't know what the hell they were thinking when they built that radio, but they really screwed up.
Hey, my ears are ringing. WG2E.
Hey, you're just the guy I want to talk to. I got your letter. Did you send me a CD?
No, I just sent you that. It was like 6 pages of documentation.
Well, in the same mailbox there was a CD, just a little square envelope the size of the CD. And here's how whoever sent it to me is. It's got my return address on the envelope with insufficient money to mail it, and no regular address, just the return address. So the company returned it to me for insufficient postage, like $2.66 more postage, and they returned it back to me. So whoever sent it to me is a real con guy, because he got it here with just 2 stamps on it, and it needed like 6 stamps.
I always wondered if you could do that.
There's your answer.
Yeah, it's a known thing. People have done that many times.
Well, I'm beginning to wonder if it's from our flying saucer guy, because it goes into a computer, and I put it in my VCR, and it plays like, a little bit. It'll show you the antenna programs, the video, programs of the antenna chart, but it doesn't show anything else. So I know it's got to go into a computer. So maybe I'll send it to you, Carl, and you can stick it in your computer and see if it's got flying saucer stuff on it or something.
Yeah, if you want, but geez, you'd think, don't you have a neighbor or somebody close that could, next time you're over to somebody's house there, pop it in and see what's up?
I don't know if I'd do that. Probably got some kind of government thing on it. Next thing you know, the men in black will be pulling up in front of your house.
Yeah, they're after Ray, and then they'll be after me instead.
Well, they can't be after me because I'm not hooked to the internet.
Oh, yes, I forgot. That's the only reason they'd be after anybody, if they were connected to the internet.
Right, so disconnect your computer from the internet and just run the thing and see what it is.
Well, no, that's why the men in black are after you, because they can't check on you through the internet.
Yeah?
Yeah, the men in black. They're really something.
You don't have a phone. You don't have Alexa. You don't even have a neighbor with anything that's like that close to you.
Yeah, the guy across the street has a computer. I'm sure he's got, wireless internet too, but again, I'm not interested in all that junk.
Hey, was that the right manual for what you have?
Yes, it was. And I kind of had it gave me a few little pointers, but it doesn't really change anything. It's just a volume control. That's basically all it is.
Yeah, I didn't see too much in there either, so well, okay, glad I could help.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. And like I said, it gave me a few pointers on how to use it, but I had sort of gotten to that point anyway. You know me. If I can run my 890 Kenwood, you can run anything.
Hear, hear.
I mean, the 890 certainly isn't any harder to run than the 7610, and be honest with you, I think the 890 is easier to run than the 7610.
Well, I don't know. I suppose if you keep at it, most of them, you kind of get used to it. I didn't use my 746 in such a long time. I had to get the manual out a couple times just to remember how to do things.
Yeah, right. Well, hey, I don't know what to tell you. Eventually, you're going to have to send that other radio back and get it fixed, and then I think you really have to decide whether you want to sell it, and get it back in its refurbed condition. It should bring good money, and then just sell the damn thing and buy a Kenwood. I mean, I personally would, but if it's not giving you overload, as long as it doesn't break again, probably be okay. But you must go on. You're good with a computer. Are they having any other problems with those radios?
No, that's the only two that I've heard of, because I follow one of the 7610 groups there on Facebook, and geez, there hasn't been a post on one of them for quite a while, so I don't know, maybe things are settling down. WG2E.
Are there more broken ones than good ones?
10, 3 or more.
Well, I know I can guarantee you this. When you get the screen replaced, this much I'll of course I can't prove it, but nothing gets by the great Ohms. Nothing. They changed that screen. That's a different screen, completely different screen, and it won't do it again.
Well, I should certainly hope so.
They got a bad batch from somewhere when they ordered them, and they found out the wrong way, and now they're replacing them quietly, hoping nobody like the great Ohms figures it out.
Wait a minute. I've got one of the early ones, and it hasn't screwed up yet.
Well, the thing is, you don't think it's screwed up, but you may not be aware that it's screwed up. Carl, tell them how to check it.
Well, I'm assuming your preamps are still working, so if that's okay, then that's good. I noticed on my screen here just over the last few weeks or so that I used the black screen, not the blue screen. I noticed that the right-hand side of the screen was quite quite a bit lighter. It was not nice jet black like the left-hand side. So if you take that and do menu, set, others, and do the screen calibration, that completely black screen that you use for the calibration, and it should be uniformly black. If it's not, then maybe the display is starting to go. So mine is about the right-hand third of it is lighter color than the left, which is pretty much a dead black. And then right about a third from the right, there's a sort of a 3/16" wide vertical line that's brighter than the rest of it. So there is some weirdness there.
Now, does that show up on your monitor too?
No, it won't show up on the monitor.
If I look at it on the television, my external monitor, it's fine because there's nothing wrong with the display. It's the display that's bad, not the input to it.
Oh, check it out. I'm not aware of any of that going on with mine. And know that both preamps still work. Of course, I don't use them too much on 80 meters. That radio that I have is just a 75, 80 meter rig. I'll let you guys get back at it. N1QWN.
What do you run? You're not running the 7610 now, right?
No, this is the MP.
Yeah, okay. Because I was going to say, if that's the 7610, it's not set right. Okay, N1DBL.
N1QWN.
Well, we took the glass off the hot water solar tank today to find out what went wrong.
Hot water solar tank. Had to take the glass off. So what went wrong?
The hose came off the one end and completely emptied out.
Well, that would make it not work.
Especially if it was connected to your water for about 3 hours.
Hope you didn't have a flood.
Well, the alley did, and I had a little in the basement, but it's mostly outside, so lost a lot of water. But it prompted me to re-examine how I had that hooked up. We're going to change that all around.
Well, at least in my house here, my garage, I got a raised ranch, so if any water runs here in the basement, basically I can just push it out into the garage and it runs down the driveway.
Yeah, that's nice. So we should have everything back up operational here probably within the next week or two. I'm just waiting for the temperatures at night to stay at freezing or just above it. That way I'll put the other two panels back online.
So you should have a liquid-cooled amplifier. Then all that heat you'd be making would be going into your reservoir tank.
Yeah, all that heat I'm making from these little 8875. Ray, this thing don't make that much heat.
Hey, Ray.
Yes, Carl. Go ahead.
You know the Yagi book there by Jim Lawson, W2PV?
Yes. I don't have one, but yeah, okay.
Okay, just so you know who I'm talking about. Well, he had his contest station down there on Route 7 between Albany and Schenectady. And I was looking up something, I forget what, and I ran across some tributes that were given by some of the people that went over and, the memoirs of contesting over at his place. And, he had water-cooled amplifiers there.
Yeah, well, hey, that's the best way to go if you can do it.
Well, I don't know. It's the first I ever heard of such a thing.
Oh, yeah, you can get cool tubes in just about anything.
Water's 1,000 times denser than air.
Yeah, it's a specific heat that you would be wanting to know about for absorption, right?
Well, just think how much heat water takes out of the tube versus air. I mean, like you say, it's probably 1,000 times better. So you got a water-cooled amp, you're all set.
Yeah, you can pound the living snot out of them with the water cooled.
Yeah, geez, I wonder if I could find that article. It kind of makes me wonder what kind of amps they were.
What's really neat is you can actually take that hot water right to a radiator outside. You don't even have to put the heat in the house.
Yeah, that's what I should do. Put a little water absorption thing over the vent on my amplifier.
I wonder if the amplifier had antifreeze in it, so when it got cold, it didn't freeze.
Well, if it was outside radiated, I'm sure it would, but I don't have any idea what they were doing.
KB2ZVP.
Good evening.
KT2D. Hi, everybody. Hello, Steve in Vermont.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about liquid-cooled amplifiers. I used to work on one, except it's part of a $42 million weapons system.
Do tell.
M15 radar. The TWC is traveling wave tube is liquid-cooled because you got an awful lot of power jammed into a little tiny space, so they liquid-cool the amplifiers.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Yeah. So what have I missed so far?
I want to think. Mark had a coolant leak in his hot water generating system. Let me think what else. He's still, his audio's still not great. He's still not ready to buy a new Kenwood. And what else? That's about it.
There was a lot more discussed other than that.
You know, I've been telling people now for a while that the most fascinating conversations you'll probably ever hear on ham radio is here on 1930. If you guys can't hold up your end, I have to get some new people.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah, Dave.
I've got a question. You got a cell phone, right?
Yeah, of course.
So everybody's got a cell phone. They all got cameras, right?
Yeah, mine does.
So you can take pictures. Now, if you were outside, now, how many people in America, like 30 million or something, or more?
300 million?
Yeah, 300 million.
Way more. There's way more than 300 million. It's about probably 330 million.
But go ahead, Dave.
Okay, so let's just use 300 million for a round figure. You know, see? And the rest above that, maybe they don't even have a cell phone. But let's just say that there's 300 million people in America running around day and night with cell phones with cameras, and not one of them took a picture of a UFO.
Lots of people take pictures of UFOs. That's not true.
No, they never show them.
That's true because I started reading Alan Hynek's second book. I was just, again, it's written to me. It's real shitty. It's just it's a narrative of everything, and there's just no real facts in it. But anyway, he says that only at absolute best, only 1 out of 10 sightings are ever reported.
Listen, if there was a UFO flew over right now, everybody'd be out there with their cameras clicking.
But they might show it to their friends, but they're not going to call the news people. And most people don't want to get involved because they think that everybody thinks they're crazy.
I told you about the one I saw, Ray.
You saw a UFO? Where, up there in Vermont?
Sure did. I told you about it.
I don't remember.
They don't want you to remember.
They hit you with the memory ray.
Yeah.
Spin it, Ray.
The neuralizer.
Neuralizer, that's it.
Poor Ray.
Is this what you guys were talking about before I got here?
No, we just kind of ventured into that.
Hey, that guy's got a lot of books.
Yeah, and the two I've been reading, I read 30 or 40, 50 pages in one and maybe 5 or 6 in the other, and they suck. They're terrible.
Over your head?
Then you get, instead of truth and, documented proof, you get these crackpots that write books and make movies and everything. And then, it just makes me more of a non-believer.
Flying saucers are real. we're definitely getting visited by something from somewhere. According to him in this book that I'm reading, nobody knows. According to what he says, they're real. They're definitely coming here. They don't even know anything about them at all. They travel. They don't know if they travel through time. They're interdimensional from other other universes. They don't know, but they. Many people have seen them. It'll be in front of you, and the thing will just vanish. Poof, and it's gone. It just disappears instantaneously. So that's the thing. And according to him, nobody really knows where they come from or what they really are. And that's probably why the government won't say anything, because they're embarrassed that they're such idiots.
Well, what was it? Barney and Betty Hill, remember?
Right, that was on the show last week. If you watched Project Blue Book, it was the Barney and Betty Hill story.
And they got abducted, right? And they poked and prodded them in a spacecraft, and then brought them back down, put them in their 54 Chevy, and sent them back on their way.
That's correct.
Did they learn anything useful from that, though? The aliens, I mean.
Everybody knows they were probed by the IRS.
Hey, there's a Hynek book here on Amazon. It's a hardcover from 1990-something, and they want $855 for it.
Whoa. Is it a hand-signed one or something?
I don't know. It's the Hynek UFO report.
Well, one thing is for absolute sure with the whole UFO thing, it sure is entertaining.
It must be an original report or something.
Well, I want to know who sent me the CD. Who sent me that CD? That's what I want to know, because that's very odd.
Yeah, got our own little mystery going on here.
Yeah, I wonder if there's an embedded message in there, Ray.
Well, that's what I'm thinking now. I think there is, but I don't have a computer, so I can't get it out. I'm going to have to send. When I get ambitious, I'll send it off to Carl, and Carl can search through it and see if there's any secret stuff in there.
I got a letter today.
Bet you get some.
You got a letter? Who'd you get a letter from?
I got a letter from a listener in Ashtabula, Ohio.
Oh, okay. And what did he or she have to say?
It's Mark, and he was talking about the entertainment. He enjoys the world famous Toad Harbor Net, and he sent me. I've got to go through it here. It's Rawlings, right? I think this is Rudy Stevens writing about Feedline.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got a lot of those.
See, I'm not the only classy, upscale Mark in the world.
Yeah, Severs, not with no T in it. Severs. So I've read some of his stuff. He writes a lot of this stuff. He's very, very, very good. And it's a comparison between copper weld and copper feed line, and it looks like it's pretty good reading.
Yeah, again, if the copper weld's made correctly, it's just as good as copper.
In most cases, and sometimes it's better. According to Mr. Severs.
The trouble is, where do you get real of it? You know, if you bend it or scratch it or whatever, isn't that just asking for degradation?
Yeah, you guys double, but yeah, you're right, Mark. It's scratched, and it's so you can use it, but nowadays you can't find good copper weld. You know, it's hard to find good copper weld, so nothing wrong with using good old copper.
I want to invent an antenna for 160 meters that nobody's invented yet that works really, really good.
I already invented it.
Oh?
Talk to Bruce, Mountain Whiskey. He's got them all.
The world famous N1 DVL special.
Tell me, I am listening.
You need a tall tower, which you don't have, so you're out. You need a tower at least 150 feet tall. And you have 4 wires, north, south, east, and west. They're on a 45-degree angle. They're tuned to 1930, and you feed them with open wire line.
Are they phased 90 degrees out from each other, or are they just in the same phase?
Well, basically, it's a turnstile without the 90-degree lag in it. I don't think there's any real reason to make it a turnstile. Of course, and if you make it a turnstile, then it only works on one band. So, if you do it the other way, it's basically a turnstile without the 90-degree phase shift, and it works on all bands.
When you had the other half of your cross dipole going there, back there a few months ago, you were always real strong here. You lost quite a bit to me when you went to the single.
Yeah, well, that antenna I'm talking about is going to be the one that really works the best. And the beauty of it is, if it's out in the middle of a field like it should be, and you build it right, it'll be good for the rest of your life. It'll never ever break. It'll never fall down because the tower doesn't move, so the wires don't move, and it's just a beautiful antenna. And you could make that a cage too. The 4 elements could be caged, and that would even make it even work better.
Oh my!
Well, that would increase the bandwidth as well.
Yeah, the bandwidth would be much better. It would be much easier to tune on all the different bands. It would just be a great antenna.
You put a huge ground field underneath of it with about 160 radios underneath of it.
Again, that's another thing you could do with that particular antenna. It should have a ground field under it anyway. So if you put the ground field under it, it's going to work even better.
Giving me ideas, Ray. Maybe if I win the lottery.
890s for everyone.
If I win the Powerball, not a problem. I'll just order up a skid of them. And I'll have them here, and anybody who wants one, come pick it up.
Will you have breakfast too, so there's a reason to go there?
Well, yeah. I mean, with that kind of money, heck, I'll have it catered.
Okay.
Now we'll have it at the Hotel Northampton.
I'll even get everybody their choice and microphone to go with it. Just put in the order.
So anyway, Chris has that MXL, right? Chris, that's an MXL mic, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so here's my question for those who might know. Does the MXL have less output than the 320? Or does the 7300 just have lousy mic gain?
The 7300 has had trouble with mic gain in the past, right? Because I remember when Bad Mike had the 320 and the MXL, he had another microphone. He had to run the amplifier.
But they got a slight tone difference. 320 is a little smoother, but this one's bright, which is nice for this radio. And I really think it needs some kind of inline amplifier to make it work really good with the 7300.
Yeah, well, you proved that.
But the microphone is really a nice microphone for money.
Right, well, that is. It's a beautiful microphone. And, it'll work on the 7610, and I'm sure it'll work on the Kenwood 890.
And if anybody needs an amplifier for a 7300, I've got one here.
What kind is it?
It's an ART tube amp. It's brand new. It works well. I don't have a radio that would require it.
So is it like this 4-tube jobbers or whatever? I don't remember the tubes are. Is it B500 or what?
No, it's an audio amp. It's got a little tiny tube, and it's just a piece of junk audio amp.
Oh, the microphone.
that's what I said.
I'm sorry. I wasn't listening then.
You know, if you put the D104 through that, that should work.
Through the audio amp?
Yeah, maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. Maybe because, you know, a tube's high impedance usually, so if you put a high impedance mic into that tube, I would think it would work. But then again, it's made to run with the other radio, so who knows what they really do in there.
It's got a ton of gain, I know that. It'll really boost the audio.
I like this mic.
I was thinking I might use it for the for AM, but this rig has a lot more drive than the 7600 did on AM, so I don't have to worry about it.
I plugged this mic in when I brought the radio down here, and it hasn't been unplugged since then when I say G.
The stock mic really sounds good on those things.
Yeah, it comes with the radio.
Yeah, that's kind of like a radio you don't need a microphone for.
Right. I got good reports on the hand mic that came with the 7610.
Wiring it up, plugs, adapters. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what Dave's running is the stock ham mic. Anybody with a 7300 can get away with a stock ham mic, I think, pretty easily. You know what, Chris? I'd like to hear your stock ham mic next to the MXL.
Oh, my Lord, I don't want to go through all that.
Yeah, you'd be pretty disappointed when we tell you how much better you sound with the stock ham.
Oh, my phone's here.
They would be. Are you not running your amp tonight?
Sounds fine.
Are you not running your amp tonight?
I'm running my amp.
I can barely hear you.
Yeah, he does not sound like he did the other night.
No, he's got it all goofed up because he's just like way in the noise.
Did you retune the setup there so your buddies helped you?
No, I haven't changed a thing. Everything is exactly the way it was. Nothing has changed whatsoever.
Band conditions are still wonky.
Everybody else is like they normally are, and he's down to an S7 or an 8, and I don't understand that at all.
Yeah, give it 15 minutes.
Everybody's lighter than they usually are here, K2ICH.
We're watching our weight.
I'm looking at all the specifications on the screen, and the ALC and the compression and everything's running exactly the same as it was when we set it, and it's all doing the same thing.
So, Joe, are you going to get together with us at the Toad Harbor picnic, or are you going to wimp out again?
I'll probably go. Kind of early to say for sure.
Well, yes, listen, if I don't start early, because then everybody says, well, this is kind of late notice.
Yeah, I know it. It's in June, right?
It's June 15th, Father's Day weekend.
It'll be here before you know it.
You know, when we get together in person, Ray always gives a talk about the antenna theory.
Oh, boy. That alone would almost be worth coming for.
We get more people every time. And tell them, Ray, it's the repeat people that make you feel good.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Ray's bringing antenna books for everybody, free of charge.
Written by himself.
Yeah, Ray's antenna manual. Ray's arrays.
Hey, that does kind of have a snappy touch. Now, what you need to do, Ray, to top it off with a little better icing is you need to have a little bit of UFO humor off to the side, like little characters on the side with little connections to antenna history and stuff having to do with UFO technology.
With pictures, blown up glossies.
Yeah.
I like pictures.
I mean UFO pictures with aliens and death rays and all that.
Ray, did that guy buy the house?
He said he did.
He said he did.
Yeah, they said they were buying it. Two guys came. They looked it over for an hour or so. They said they're buying it, shook my hand. Who's your lawyer? We'll contact them, and away you go.
Have they contacted your lawyer?
I haven't heard anything from them yet, so we'll see. I'll give them a call in a couple of days, because they have to do a title search and so forth and so on.
Outstanding. That'll be great. We'll be rich.
Yeah, we'll be rich.
Where are we going on vacation?
I don't know where you're going, but I'm going to Wilbraham.
You know what you should do now?
Yeah, I know exactly what I should do. Get this house all fixed up right, sell it, and then move down south.
No, you got to buy about 20 or 30,000 feet of wire, nice and inexpensively. Start building some antennas, sell them on the internet. You'll take that money, whatever you make. Think about these guys with Buckmasters are getting $300. Think about what a real well-built Toad Harbor antenna can bring.
Raise a raise.
Oh, we've already talked about it. That's the name. Raise a raise.
Go public and I'll buy some stock.
I think it's a good idea.
I think it's a great idea. I mean, hams would love to have a really good antenna, well designed. We could, and then we could corner the market. We'll start buying up all the manual tuners that are out there that are cheap, and then Ray can give people opinion. Hey, listen. By the way, a buddy of mine's got a tuner. You want to buy it? We can start knocking off that market too.
Who's going to pour the concrete for all the tower bases?
It's wire antennas. We don't need towers.
He ain't just going to bend over and take it like that.
I'll start building telescopic poles. Like the sky needles.
No, you've already got your market cornered there, Randy. The High-Q antenna take over for where he can't produce them in mass production. You get the High-Q rights and start producing them things a little bit cheaper and larger volume.
I may have to call him because he hasn't responded to a couple of emails that I sent him.
A joint venture. And then you could put on the top of the antenna bag and all the different products as seen on the Toad Harbor Net.
As heard on the Toad Harbor Net. Yeah, but I wouldn't get in business with this guy. He's not good for business. He may be okay for the military stuff, but he's no good for hams.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's an opportunity there for you to step in and be the ambassador for the ham community. It's always an opportunity.
CEO.
I'm pretty okay in the business that I'm in.
Imagine how quiet making those antennas would be. You wouldn't have to wear earplugs or anything.
Yeah. You could just walk out back to your new metal building that you got for a real good price because they're selling them for next to nothing now, and have a staff back there and just walk across the lawn to go to work every day.
That's what I did when I had my welding shop in Glen.
Hello.
Maybe you could get one of those metal buildings like Bruce has that acts as a 160-meter antenna.
I wonder if Bruce ever today was a beautiful day. It was up like 49 degrees here today. I wonder if Bruce straightened out his antenna yet. What is it? Let's see. KD1 Mountain Whiskey, N1 DVL. Are you here?
I did not straighten out my antenna today.
On a beautiful day like today, when you didn't do that. Boy, bad.
57 degrees here today.
Yeah, it was in the high 40s here. It was pretty good, but I had things to do. I had to go to the dentist this morning. My daughter came over and cut our hair, and that killed the morning. And then I had to get to work this afternoon and play with seedlings and seeds, and then I'd have to do some on some plywood, and then I had to help my grandson get the bed back on his truck. So I just finished with all that.
You're working too hard.
Yeah, that's a full day. Nah, I'm hardly working. You should have seen the way when I was young, how things got done around here.
I know, the good old days. The tower, the generator.
Ray, I want to thank you for turning me on to Flex Seal. That stuff is great. I did some connections on the solar array. I had to reconfigure a bunch of modules, and there was some soldering to be done, some splicing. So I used to take butt splices and strip off the plastic, crimp them, solder them, put shrink tubing over it. But now that I know about Flex Seal, all I do is strip back an inch on the wire each side, do it a really good old Bell telephone twist and turn, solder it, paint it with Flex Seal, let it harden overnight, tape it up with a good 3M tape, and then put another layer of Flex Seal over that, and that connection will be good for 30 years.
Right, I wouldn't even use the tape. I don't believe you need the tape with Flex Seal. I hope you're using white Flex Seal.
But of course.
Okay, well then, and the one thing you didn't say, after you solder it, you should clean it with carburetor cleaner, with a good rag and carburetor cleaner, get all the flux off it. And then when it's good and clean, dry, then just put a heavy coat of Flex Seal on it, let it dry 24 hours, and then put another coat on it. That'll be good forever.
That's the other thing I failed to thank you for, the trick about the toluene. That works killer for taking flux off of a fit.
I was amazed at that too.
Yep, good old Ray. I've been experimenting with how to keep water out of connections for probably a good solid 30 years or more. And believe it or not, the end-all result of 30 years of screwing around with all different kinds of stuff is Flex Seal. And it is truly by far the best stuff I've ever seen. Heat shrink tubing's a joke. It doesn't work at all. Don't let it kid you. It does not keep water out of the connectors.
Well, I use that stuff that when you heat it up, it oozes out the goo. It's like lined with goo. That's pretty good.
I did an experiment with that 10 years ago. I had an antenna sitting out here. I had the end of one of the big long beams, and it sat out there for 3 months during the summer. And what I did is I put a nice clean connector on it. It had so many feet of cable on it, and I put that piece of that heavy-duty stuff from Andrew that went over. I didn't do two, I did one, and I heated it, and the glue came out the end, and I left it there for 3 months in that hot, humid weather all summer, and then I split the connection open with a razor blade very carefully and just peeled it right back, and it was filled with water.
Did it go through the connection, or did it wick down the stranded wire from someplace up above?
No, because that was an M-squared, one of those M-squared potted, modules. They don't leak. No, I'll tell you exactly what happens. When you heat it and that stuff oozes out the end, you'd say, yeah, that's a real good seal. But that stuff is very hard, and once it dries, it doesn't really stick. It doesn't stick to the jacket on the cable. So water can get underneath it. And over the course, don't forget, the thing you have to remember about water is you got high pressure and low pressure. High pressure, low pressure. High pressure, low pressure. And it's all humid and cloudy out, and it's high pressure, and it pushes the moisture through the connector. And then it gets cold at night, and it condenses out, and little by little the connector fills up with water. Now, if you use Flex Seal, because you know damn well if you use carburetor cleaner on everything, it's good and clean. There's no residue, no oil, no nothing, and you put Flex Seal on it, that bonds to the jacket and everything. That will not leak.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty difficult to seal anything where water's running down, following down the wire, and running into the connection. That's almost impossible to seal. But the Flex Seal is a really good method because, like you say, it does bond, and there's no seams to let the water in.
Should always have a drip loop too.
No, drip loop's a waste. Well, yeah, going into your house you'd need a drip loop, yes. But on Flex Seal you don't need a drip loop. That's not going to help you at all. The biggest problem is when you have like an M-squared antenna with the F connectors. They're supposed to be waterproof F connectors. That's a joke. There's no such thing as a waterproof connector. So it's an irregular surface, and they're very close together. There's no way to tape it. The only thing you can do is put a coating over it, and the only coating that works is the Flex Seal. So that just makes so many problems. The can's $13 for a pint. If you can keep it from getting hard, it's good for you. You'll have 5 or 10 years worth of it. And even if you just do one antenna and it keeps the water out of one antenna, it's worth $13.
Yeah, I just wish the stuff dried a little faster, so you could do multiple coats in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, but just remember the Mass Pike, where they had those big, huge concrete slabs in the tower hanging from bolts. And they used the fast-drying epoxy. And that big slab fell down. It's like 30 feet long, probably 2 inches thick or an inch thick. It probably weighs 20,000 pounds. And fell on a car and killed a woman, a young woman who just got married, killed her dead, just like that. And the end result of the whole thing was the fast-drying epoxy. Anytime you use any kind of epoxy that's fast-drying, you sacrifice probably 70 or 80% of the strength.
Okay, well, I wasn't talking about epoxy. I was talking about the Flex Seal. So what concrete fell out of where on somebody?
In a big dig.
The big dig. The tunnels had to have an air system in them because they're long and there's tons of cars going through. So they have these big, huge fans that suck up the exhaust and blow it out the end of the tunnels. So they had a false ceiling in the tunnel, and they put concrete slabs in there, and they hung the concrete slabs. So let's say there was a 2-foot space. Let's say the tunnel was 15 feet high, so it had a 30 ground to ceiling, and then a 2-foot space above that. And they hung these concrete slabs up there on, they bored into the concrete, and they put studs in there and epoxied them in, and then they had washers and nuts that held the concrete slabs. But what happened is they used fast-drying epoxy, and it didn't hold. But now this is the difference. This is one of those things that really bugs me because I'm not an accredited engineer. But you'd have to be an idiot, a total idiot, to do something like that. Because just think about this. A bus or an 18-wheeler comes through that tunnel doing 50 or 60 miles an hour. The shock wave of air that thing is pushing up on a 30-foot by probably 15 or 20-foot concrete slab. It's probably hitting it with 10 or 15 tons of vertical pressure. And then as soon as the truck goes by, it does exactly the opposite. It pulls a vacuum on the backside of the truck, and it yanks the freaking slab down. Now, anybody that now this is what I mean by these great engineers. They go to school, they study, they become engineers. Now, as soon as I heard that tunnel, what happened in that tunnel, and I realized that they were showing on TV how it was bolted together. Any bozo in the world should have seen that that was an extremely bad way to do it.
Yeah, there was some years back too. There was some kind of a balcony collapse in a hotel or something, and they had the reason why it happened is that the way it was bolted together, it was only supported by some threaded rods or something, and they broke.
I mean, that killed a bunch of people too. Yeah, I remember that, and that was one of those things. Once you do the math on it, it was way under what it should have been. It was just a screw up, another classic screw up. But the thing about the tunnel, just think about the tunnel. The tunnel, let's say the tunnel's 15 feet from the ground to the floor. So then they put a 13-foot, they hang these big giant concrete slabs are hanging down 2 feet from the top of the tunnel on the studs. Now, I think they were 30 feet long by 15 feet wide, something like that. Now, just think of an 18-wheeler going through there. It's 6 inches underneath them. The shock wave, the bow wave from the truck is going to push up on those things with, I'm guessing, 15 or 20 tons of pressure. And then as soon as the truck goes past it, the vacuum on the backside of the truck's going to pull it down with 15 or 20 tons of pressure. Obviously, it's going to fail. It's got to fail. As a matter of fact, I don't care how they did it. That would have eventually failed.
So that the balcony you were talking about in the Hyatt Regency, Kansas City, that was a shortcut. The original design was going to be too expensive to build, according to the contractor. So you got the architects, you got the engineers. They design it all. They get all certified. Now, when they go to build it, I just want to make sure I wasn't doubling with somebody. When they went to build it, it was very labor-intensive the way they had the rods threaded, so they took some shortcuts. Guy said, yeah, it looks good, and it wasn't. So I'm wondering what the tunnel ray, if that was the original design or that was something that was done as they were going through, because they had cost overruns, schedule overruns, so it was a mess. So that'd be interesting to kind of dig through that. I don't know if you'd ever get the true story, though.
I'm sure you wouldn't get the true story, but if you have any kind of an engineering brain and you think about what I just said, I don't care how they put those slabs up there. They weigh a tremendous amount of weight. I mean, it's a concrete slab, 30 feet long by 15. I think they were 15 feet by 30 feet, and they're probably an inch thick. So, Randy, what does that weigh? That's got to weigh tons and tons, and it's constantly getting whacked up and then pulled down. And again, I don't care how they put them up there. I don't care how they did it. Eventually, the concrete would break and it would start falling apart.
Yeah, that sounds like when you were explaining it to me, just listening to it, putting bolts up there, and I don't know if they're expansion bolts and then epoxied in, but that just seems like a disaster waiting to happen.
Well, the end result of the investigation was where they screwed up is they used quick-drying epoxy. And they said had they used the slow-drying epoxy, which takes several days to dry, it wouldn't have happened. It probably wouldn't have happened for 3 times the, it only took a year or two before those panels, that panel fell. But it probably would have lasted 10 years, but it still would have fallen eventually because of the way they get hit up and hit down all the time.
What were you asking me? I was out in the other room.
Asking who what? I wasn't asking you anything.
Yeah, it was the weight of the concrete slab.
Oh, yeah. What's the weight of a concrete slab? 30 by 15 feet and probably, let's say, an inch thick. That's got to weigh tons, right?
No. It wouldn't be an inch thick anyway because the stone would be heavier than it. So 30 by 15 by 2 inches is probably 2.5 yards.
Yeah, so that's what? What's a yard? What's a yard weigh? 5,000 pounds?
2,700 pounds, so 5,400 pounds. Let me just do a quick. So it's going to be closer to 3 yards probably. So yeah. 15,000 pounds. No. 5,400, 27. So you're about not even. Well, six and a half. off the top of my head, probably closer to 10,000 pounds.
2.7 yards.
So 2.7 yard. Okay, so yeah, 10,000, 9,900 and something.
So 5 tons.
Yeah, so 5 tons getting slammed up and pulled down and slammed up and pulled down, and you know damn well it's going to fail. It just has to fail.
Well, how come they haven't failed since? Have they changed the design?
Well, I don't know what they did. I have no idea what they did. You know, I'm sure it could be. I mean, I'm sure when they built it and they were pouring the concrete and everything, they could have put big bars up there with, you know, heavy bars that went that had a T on the top of them, and you know, it couldn't pull through the concrete if it was reinforced with rebar and everything. I'm sure they could have made it strong enough, but they didn't. They just drilled holes and used fast-drying epoxy.
Yeah, they put the right anchors in. That's what the problem was. They used the wrong anchors and the wrong anchoring set, the wrong epoxy. But the biggest thing was they used the wrong anchors. They cheapened out on the anchors, and that was the problem. They since went back to the original plan.
Well, I mean, there was a guy down in Connecticut, okay, and he put a tower up, and the tower fell over and landed on his neighbor's house. And then within a month or two of that, he put up the tower again. And now this idiot, now talk about an idiot beyond belief. I mean, now just think about what I'm going to tell you. A ham who is an idiot beyond belief. He already dropped the tower on his neighbor's house. He ended up buying, I think he bought a 70-foot crank-up tower, used. He put it on the same pad that was already there. And this guy was explaining this to me, and I told him there is no way you can do what you're going to do. So he put a 20-foot pipe sticking out the top of the tower. Just think about this, a 20-foot pipe, and he had 6 antennas on it, and some of the antennas were big, you know, like 30-foot booms. 6 antennas, 20 feet above the top of the tower. And here's the best part of all. He said, I went to Hilti, and they told me that this will work. The Hilti guy said that he could hold that up with 6-inch bolts. So in other words, the Hilti system, 6-inch bolts into the concrete and epoxied in with the Hilti stuff. 6-inch. 3. Now don't forget, we're talking about 3 6-inch long bolts into the concrete pad that was already there, which was not the right concrete anyway. And the guy told him that would be fine. So he's going to have 70, 80, almost 90 feet, way overloaded, bearing on 6-inch bolts into the concrete. And the Hilti guy told him that it'll work, and everybody else that's telling him it won't is crazy.
I doubt that any Hilti guy told him it would work. The guy's just too stupid to even have a conversation. Nobody's going to tell him that that's going to work.
Well, that's the story he told everybody. He said he went to the Hilti place, and he told them what he was going to do, and the guy sold him the 6-inch bolts and the epoxy and said, you just drill these holes, put this epoxy in, you let it dry, and you know, these bolts are good for tons and tons and tons. And that's probably all true, because if you were mounting a machine on those bolts that weighed, you know, 30,000 pounds, I'm sure they wouldn't have moved. But maybe the guy didn't explain to him that he was putting a 90-foot tower on those bolts, because I don't care if the bolts held or not, it would rip the concrete right off the pad. It would, it'd break the concrete.
Is this one of your 2-meter contacts, Ray?
This was, in fact, yes. This was back in the VHF days. So, yes, it was one of those 2-meter guys down in Connecticut. The guy's name was Larry. That's all I remember. His name was Larry, and he was a blithering idiot.
Not the good Larry, not our buddy Larry.
No, I don't think so. I hope not. But anyway, he ended up doing it. He put the tower up, and I forgot if it fell down again or not. I kind of remember I thought it did, but I don't know. Who knows? There's no way in hell that was going to stay up. I mean, some people have no eye at all. You can't put a 20-foot piece of pipe sticking out the top of any tower and load it with 6 antennas and expect a self-supporting tower to stay up. I mean, the bolts on my tower's an 89-footer, and there's 2 bolts on each leg. They're a good inch wide bolts. They 26 inches into the concrete, and then there's an L on the bottom that's probably 5 or 6 inches long, and those are specially hardened bolts that you buy right with the tower. And those bolts here, there's no way you're going to pull those bolts out. Of course, there's 2 on each leg.
Yeah, and then the concrete around those J bolts is all steel reinforced.
Exactly. And there's all kinds of rebar in it, right? But even if it didn't have rebar in it, you wouldn't pull those out, and that concrete block wouldn't break with them down that deep, because those bolts are, like I said, 26 inches long, but then you put them 180 degrees away from each other. There's no way you'd ever pull them out.
I don't know. The concrete takes compression, but not tension too well. So if there was enough tension on it, you could crack the concrete, and it would break at the L point on the bottom of the J bolt.
Well, that's another thing. When I called the concrete guy, who was a friend of a friend, and I said, I need, so many cubic yards, a 2,000-pound mix, and the guy goes, no, you don't. I said, what do you mean I don't? He goes, you can't use 2,000-pound mix. I said, but I'm reading it right off the tower company. It says a 2,000-pound mix, and these tower companies are real specific on how you put them up. And he says, and the tower company is from California, right? And I go, yeah, it is. And he goes, well, that's exactly what they would think. You could use 2,000-pound mix. But he said, here in New England, if you use 2,000-pound mix, it'll just fall apart. And I used 3,000. He recommended 3,000. And, it's really good concrete. But, if I had done it again, I would have used 4,000.
Yeah, you can't use 2,000 in this area. The freeze thaw cycles will kill it.
Yep, for sure. So anyway, there's 3,000 out there, and it's holding up fine.
That's what I used on my tower too, and every other tower I've ever done. Nothing less than 3,000.
What does that mean? 2,000 or 3,000? Is that like? What's the rating mean?
Pounds per square inch.
Crush test.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I believe that's compression, isn't it, Randy?
Yeah, it's all concrete's always measured under compression. You said the most true thing earlier. The concrete's good for compression, not very good for pulling apart. Doesn't have near the pulling apart strength.
All right, the tension. Yeah, that's why all the rebar, because that transfers the tension into compression.
Yeah, right. So if you think of it like this, if you're going to make a manhole, right, if you want to, or doing a something precast, and you wonder where to put the rebar. So you've got a big precast tank, a septic tank, or let's use a septic tank, for instance. In a septic tank, where do you put the wire? Okay, in the bottom of a septic tank, you put the wire in the top of the septic tank, because the pressure is down in the center of the flat part or the slab. The pressure is up, and that holds the wire up at the top, holds it together. And if you were going to do the top of the septic tank, you put because as it's compressing, it's making little fissures in the bottom of the top, and that holds it all together. So you got to know what you're designing as to where to put the wire.
So where do you put the rebar in the blocks you make?
They go in at the end when they're installed, Raymond.
You mean you drill them and tap them?
No, we make blocks that are accessible to rebar.
Use the Durawall.
No, come on.
Why don't you make building blocks too?
We do make. That's what we do make. That's all I make now.
Yeah, well, I'm like the mason. Get a 12-inch or 10-inch block wall, and he uses Durowall, the steel. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about rebar, though.
Oh, rebar, yeah. What do you want to know? That job we just did, that pool house, that was double mat, inside and outside, on the walls and on the footings.
Did you gunite it?
No, that was just the pool house. That was poured. We used all commercial panels. The thing was 14 feet tall, 14-foot walls, Randy.
And you did it in panels, stand-up panels?
Yeah, regular commercial panels. And you couldn't use, it's too much stacking. And because the guy's putting the pump house down below the pool. Now, this is on a slope. It's a wicked slope on the top of the hill, top of the mountain, and all in rock. So the pool is going to be basically above the pump house. And then there's going to be a, what do you call, infinity fall? Is that what they call them, waterfall? Infinity fall, they're involved with a big storage tank. Quite a project.
Yeah, big money there.
Oh, this guy got it. Don't worry. Good, and he's been good with it too. He's, good guy. He's been a good job so far. Just cold up there in the winter. When the wind blows, I mean, if the wind wasn't blowing, and then and then it's on the north slope too. So we weren't getting any sun, and the house is right over the swimming pool, basically just above the swimming pool. If you think of it like a rice paddy, like terracing, you got the pump house down below, then the pool, and then the house above that. So the house we were in the shade all day. Christ, we had 2 foot of frost up there before Christmas.
It's snowing like the dickens here. I don't know how much frost we have, but it's snowing like the dickens. KB2ZVP.
Well, I'll tell you, N1DBL, you get an awful lot of snow. Today was beautiful here. 49 degrees, the sun was out. Just a beautiful day.
I think our high here today was like 34 or 35. Was it sunny here today, Maureen? No, it was snowy and rainy today. Yeah, I was inside all day. I don't know what the weather was, but I know when I came home it was just cold and nasty.
Yeah, any of our local hams here, local. I got a beautiful set of Mikasa china, at my mother's house, and I'm giving it away. You can't sell stuff over ham radio that isn't ham related. But if anybody wants it, it's a place setting for 12, brand new, probably never been used, and it's probably worth a fortune. I'll give it to you. I just want to get it out of there.
Mikasa china.
Well, it's not really china. It's Mikasa. They make these high-end plates. I use them. I've got a set here. They cost $35 a piece now when you want to buy them. Those plates there, you could sell them. If I had a computer, I would put them on the computer and sell them. Somebody could actually sell them and probably get $15 or $20 a piece for them.
Jeannie wouldn't take those?
No, she wouldn't take them. I should call her, but she doesn't even answer every time I call her, I get her message thing is full. So either she just has her phone rigged so it dumps me, or I don't know. I give up. I got this other girl I'm dating, so I'm gonna go up there with the other girl, and I got some shirts I'm gonna give to her, and I'll ask her if she wants the china. She can have it.
Hold on a second. What?
I found this other girl. I've gone out with her like 2 or 3 times in the last 3 or 4 days, and she's a smart girl. She's educated. So I was telling her all about Retro Genie and everything, and I said, well, I got to go because I'm gonna go up to Northampton with her. So I said, would you stop there? Because I got some shirts and stuff. She goes, yeah, of course, I'll stop. She said, it doesn't bother me. I said, okay, well, we'll go. You can meet Retro Genie.
Bringing the new girlfriend to the old girlfriend, Ray, that's not a good idea.
Well, at this point, it's not going to make the slightest bit of difference.
So you know what the biggest problem with having a 200-watt radio is?
Yeah, you forget to turn it down and you blow the living hell out of your solid state amp.
No, you've got to turn down to 80 watts like I drive this amp. The meter only goes up a little bit when you're talking into the thing, making you feel like you're running QRP.
Well, the more you turn it down, the cleaner the signal's going to be.
Freaking thing's clean enough. You know what? I look at my signal, look at yours. Then no one's going to say anything bad about my signal.
No, I agree. But the fact is, the more you turn it down, the cleaner it's going to be.
This is an Icon. They don't like to be run too calm. You know, they like to be whipped a little bit. You remember those days?
Yeah, well, I know the 3500Z amps just seem to really sound really good for some reason. I don't know why, but you and I both know when you run through a 3500Z amp, the radio sounds better.
Yeah, they sure do. Listen to Dave. Dave, say something.
Something. N1SAG.
Listen to that.
Stock mic. Sounds beautiful.
Did you put the 100, Dave?
The 100 what?
The 100D?
No, yes, it's down here on 432.
Oh boy, I'm telling you, I mean, how can you even get on the band? It's so crowded.
I know, I'm sitting there all day saying break, station, contact. Nobody lets me in.
Hey. So, Good Randy is at work. He's working second shift. So now let's harass him because he's listening on an SDR. He said, by the way, my signal is straight up and down, nice and smooth, and Raymond's solitaire is a solitaire mess. So it must be the the mess. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. So let's everybody say something mean to Randy.
Now, but wait. I just cannot believe. Who's giving him the strongest signal? Because an SDR receiver has a lousy display receiver, so it could be overloaded. But I've hard to believe I'm stronger than you.
Yeah, that would be hard to believe. This is all about harassing Randy for having to be at work late.
Well, I feel bad for the guy.
Wait. That's right. Tommy 3 times. we call it right from now on. Tommy 3 times.
Well, he has to work some extra hours because he wants to drop some money on that expensive Yaesu 101 MP.
It's a good radio right there.
Yeah, well, we haven't proven that yet, so don't get carried away quite yet. Well, again, so was the 7610. That didn't turn out to be so good.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't think. Okay, let's just hold on a second. Okay, I hate to do this to you, Ray, but brother, I gotta. Who told you that the 890 was going to be a phenomenal rig way before you tried one?
I can't think of the guy's name. Who's the guy that told you to buy your 7600?
That's right, me. I told you that. Now, why did I not buy the 7610?
No. When you called me up finally, you finally snapped out of it, and you called me up and you said, "What kind of radio should I buy?" And I said, "A 7600. Don't even think about buying any. Just buy a 7600." Rocco Conti, is that the one who told you to buy it?
You've got a phenomenal memory. You know that you do have a phenomenal memory. I wish I had half your memory. Yes, it was Rocco. Good Rocco.
Yeah, so Rocco must be the one that told you. I was going to say Rocco's the one who told me to buy the 890.
That's what it was. Okay, KB2ZVP. I've got to go hit the head. Be right back.
Hello, Tom. Are you out there? KC3KXB. Are you in here tonight? Dick, how are you? How the hell are you, Dick?
Hey, we're doing okay for an old fart, and you're hitting
Well, that's good. I'm glad to see you can hear me okay.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you real well. You and Randy, very, very nice. Sometimes people have so much audio out there that I can't hear them because they're just so loud, you know? When you guys come in, beautiful.
Well, how does Bruce come in there? Bruce, say something. Because Bruce is right next to you, but I guess he's planting plants.
Oh, no, I was unpacking something. Hi, Dick. 81 Mountain Whiskey here. Yeah, okay, thanks. You're really, you're coming in good. You're about at least 10 over here. Tonight I am, yes. Peaking about 900 watts. Yeah, most of the snow has gone here on the grass, on the lawn, and in the fields. And just the piles remain, and in the shadows, where the shadows fall, it's still there. Okay, Dick, good hearing you. And yeah, gutters is the old term. We use that. Gutters on the side of the road to run the water through. Back to net. 81 Mountain Whiskey.
It is the gutter. Okay, yeah. And it runs down through my yard and out into the street between the two houses. On, I think, both sides of the house. Yeah. The north side and the south side. Both sides. And nice to hear audio that it sounds nice in there, not over, you know. And, there's some guys that get on the 10-meter net with me on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. And, yeah, some of them are so loud. Oh, God. And even without an amp, you know, there's two guys that run an amp, and they sound beautiful. They're all right. And the guy with no amp, you know, and it's like loud. I mean, you get him in a hall, and you'll hear him a mile away, you know. I guess because he's deaf. I don't know. And they get used to talking loud. That's like me. But I can cut it down if I want. I'm not talking too loud now. See? I know. Some people just don't want it too loud. They just kind of cut it down a little bit. Right, Ray? J1 Adam Henry is a bird, Ray. I guess Ray went bye-bye. Oh, well. That's okay. I'm just going to stand by
Yeah, 7-3's Dick. Here's KD1MW back to net.
KB2ZVP. Oh, I'm doing pretty good, Dick. How you doing? Yeah, I'm all beat up. It's they'll only stop when I stop, I guess. But yeah, I'm okay. Anyway, everything's fine.
Hey, I got something to say.
You do?
I just want to. I was tuning. I hit the other VFO was on 1820, so I tuned it up to 1855. And guess who's in there talking?
Kenny.
Absolutely. Freaking asshole. Now, that's all I have to say about it.
You should have jumped in and asked him why he wasn't coming up there talking to you.
I don't give a shit. You know what? I hope he does come in because he's going to get exactly what you just heard me say about him.
Yeah, relax. There's no sense of getting all worked up over it.
You know, that son of a bitch has hated me for a long time, and I don't care that he does, but I have no idea why, and that's the part that bugs me, because I would just love to know what his beef is.
Oh, he's on 1855. Go ask him.
I wouldn't give him the satisfaction.
Well, there's no sense to coming here, starting swearing and carrying on. There's a lot of nice people listening that they don't want to hear it.
Well, they may not want to hear it, but the simple fact is that guy there has always been a jerk, and he still is a jerk. And when he finally comes in here, you'll all understand why I tell him to go to hell, because that is just totally unnecessary. I have no idea what the hell his beef is, but he obviously has one.
KC3 KXP.
Hello, Thomas.
Thank you, Randy.
You're welcome.
Hi, Ray.
Hello, Tom.
So you got to look up the ham. What's that K3LR? What's the big contest station? K3LR. You know what they have for radios, Ray?
I bet you they have. Let's see. They have 3 890s.
No. You know what they have? They have 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 7851s.
Wow. Who finances that station?
I don't know, but I want to know.
Yeah, no kidding. Somebody's got a lot of money.
Yeah, it's K3LR. K3LR. Look it up. It's they're part of I think they're part of a company too. That's they have people that sponsor them. You know, it's a phenomenal contest station. Understand? I've worked them plenty of times, but I don't know who they are. Fred AA7BO, the founder and CEO of QRZ.com, wrote a very nice article about his visit with K3LR. Oh, so that has nothing. I work for the I work for DX Engineering. So K3LR, I guess, works for DXL Engineering, so maybe he gets a deal. But how much of a deal can you get?
They probably only make $1,500 selling that radio.
Yeah, 13 7851s. That's pretty amazing.
That's truly amazing. It'd be interesting to find out what the real story is.
And they run a bunch of alpha amplifiers. They're just simply amazing. They're right down in Pennsylvania.
any idea where out of PA?
Middlesex, PA.
Okay, because one of the guys that work at DX Engineering over here at Tallmadge has a place that you can see his towers off of Interstate 79. I guess it's quite a impressive array he has there.
That was Interstate 80.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the place. He's got a 80 meter vertical array and a whole bit. I say God bless him if he can keep that many that interested in contesting. That's great.
Maybe they just come to operate the 7851.
Yeah, I don't know where he got the money from or any of that stuff, but he obviously has some funding behind him.
When the guys used to come and do contesting over here at Fred Lass's K2TRs, he supplied all the antennas, everything, and most of the people brought their own radios.
You couldn't find 12 hams to buy 12 7851s. That's going to be impossible.
Well, the nice thing about it, too, is if you're going to go to somebody else's place and run the same radio as yours, you could always bring your SD card and then change the parameters the way you like them and then put them back when you leave.
Here's a picture of his station. He's got just a lot of towers. He's got ring rotors on the towers, so he turns these massive antennas around the towers. So they're guided towers, and he just turns the antennas around inside of the guide wires.
Who's that?
K3LR. He's a contest station, and he's got 11 acres with 13 towers, including Yagi directional arrays and switching systems that give it the capabilities that are seldom seen in the amateur world. So he's got this big 11-acre farm, and he's got 13 7851 radios.
Now let me ask you this: Do you think that's fair to all the other hams?
I absolutely do. I think it's fair because it's something that he built. It says here he built the station himself.
Right. Well, if he's got a bunch of operators that are good, I find it pretty hard to believe you could beat him. Does he win all the time?
I don't know, but there's other massive stations out there too. And he runs multi-op. So he doesn't contend with I don't compete with him. He doesn't compete with you. He runs multi. So he only competes against the other massive stations like him.
Well, maybe ICOM supports him if he wins all the time.
Yeah, don't they do that? They donate the radios to the expeditions and stuff, so when you get their card, it says ICOM all over it.
I have no idea.
Well, here, how about this? How come the 7851 works and doesn't have any problems, and the 7610 just fell apart? I mean, that's what I want to know.
Here's somebody, K2VR. I don't know what you're saying. You're just too weak to hear. It says it's got a total of 24 elements in phase. The array sounds like a 1500 watt linear even when he's running 100 watts. That's meters.
Radio, regardless of what band you're on, is exactly the same thing. There's no limit. There's virtually no limit to the kind of signal you can put anywhere in the world if you want to put enough effort into it.
That's right. No, that's right. I agree with that. It just depends on the effort. Money, effort requires money. Everybody says it's money that does all the work, but it's not the money. It's the effort. It's all the effort. It's this kind of thing here. If you look at this amount of work that this guy's got, just one of these towers would be a daunting task. So no matter how much money he's got, an awful lot of work went into this, and this guy's got a tremendous amount of work into this and effort into this.
Well, let's put it this way. They've been trying to go across the Atlantic on 2 meters for 20 years anyway, right? You knew that, right?
I put a tower in Rhode Island trying to get across there. I mean, an antenna on a tower.
Right. Well, I'll bet you, if you wanted to, and you had a guy in, say, whatever, England or Scotland or whatever's on the coast there, and you had a guy on Cape Cod at Marconi Station, you could do it within 1 year, no problem at all, if you put the big effort into it. If you put up a 150-foot tower with 8 of those M-squared antennas, the big long M-squared on it, and you put one of those on both ends, and you ran a big 1,500-watt amp on both ends, I guarantee you could make it, no problem, first year.
They never had a transatlantic 2-meter?
No.
Wow. Maybe you could do that from you.
Tell you what, I could do it. I know I could. If I had a few more bucks and I wanted to put the effort into that, I would make that happen.
Yeah, you could make it happen. I'm sure you could do it. I'm absolutely positive you could do it, because they can go back and forth between California and Hawaii all the time on 2 meters. Hell, I think they've done it on 1296. And how far is that?
What would you consider the reason why it hasn't been done transatlantic yet?
Because nobody's put up a good enough station on both ends to do it. The thing you have to remember, and most people can't even fathom what I'm going to say, it's when you put up a station and let's say you ran 8 50-foot antennas on, or 16 50-foot antennas on this end, and 16 50-foot antennas on the other end, and they're both on the ocean, and you're putting out 1,500 watts, you could probably talk to each other every day. I wouldn't be surprised if you could actually make that contact every single day, because when you start doing antennas like at that level there and doing them correctly, you throw away the rule book. You just totally throw it away, because the gain of the antennas and everything in theory that's going to say yes, you're going to make it, or no, you're going to make it, it doesn't even come into play. It's just going to work. That's all there is to it.
Well, there must be people that are trying to do it now with whatever big arrays or whatever they can. I wonder what the reason is why it hasn't. Is just too much attenuation on that path?
So okay, think about this. The Northeast Weak Signal Group, you know who that is, Carl?
I do.
They decided they were going to make an effort, okay, and put a signal across the ocean. Okay. Look up Northeast Weak Signal Group Transatlantic Beacon. Okay, you'll see that they hired me. They paid me good money to come down there and put up an antenna in Rhode Island, and just look at the effort that was made on that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there was no effort.
I want Carl to see the effort. This is why a lot of this stuff doesn't happen, because they put this half-hearted effort in. What was it, a 4 or 5 element with a 50-watt transmitter?
Right. So what they need is 16 antennas stacked, 8 wide, 2 high. Or even forget the 16, 8 antennas, just all horizontally stacked, fixed. You don't have to have a rotor. Just where you're going. By computer exactly what direction it's got to go in. So it's just a fixed antenna system facing out that way, and 1,500 watts with a CW signal. You'd make that contact in probably the first day you went on the air.
Well, this is only 60 watts.
Yeah, that's the effort that they put into it. That's the news group. I mean, that's a big group, right? On the East Coast, that's a pretty big group, and that's what they put up. I mean, that's just
It's not the power; it's the antenna.
5-element Yagi.
Right. Yeah. One single 5-element. Now, there's not a contester. There's not an operator in the news group that runs a 5-element Yagi.
Half-inch hard line, 160 feet.
Yeah, and I was on a 200-and-some-foot antenna or tower, a 200-foot tower. So we could have put the thing up higher. We could have, had, like Ray said, 8 antennas horizontal. I mean, if you wanted to spend a real effort to do it, I really think it could be done in a short period of time.
Well, the fact that it hasn't been done, there must be a half a dozen people out there with the bucks and the experience that just want to do it so they can say they were the first.
Randy.
David.
Is that beacon still operational?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm just wondering.
144,282 is where it's supposed to be. And the call is Whiskey 1, Romeo Juliet Alpha.
But let me ask you this, Randy. What kind of 5-element beam was it?
I don't remember. I think it was probably like a Cushcraft or something. It was not an M squared, I don't think.
Well, there's why now, Carl. That's why they can't go across the ocean. There it is, right there, because it's probably that 5-element Cushcraft with the gamma match on it that leaks water like a sieve. So after it was up for 2 days, it was all filled up with water.
It says antenna, 9.5 dB, 5-element Yagi.
Yeah, DBI, I'm sure.
Right. It was just a very short antenna.
And 2EWM. Good evening.
Hey, Gary.
Do you know more than you're telling me about what I was just complaining about earlier?
I have no idea. No, I have no reason to think that you're even right. I think you're wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's not true because I have a good memory. Do you remember he wouldn't come here and he said it was because of me? I mean, he told people it was because of me.
Well, yeah, he thinks you're abrasive and all that, but he comes in once in a while. I don't think he's there because he's mad at you here. He's a pacifist. He doesn't like he's from New Jersey. I don't know what to tell you.
Right. Well, whatever. Okay. Go ahead. Hello, Tom. What's new, Tom? K3, KXB, where are you?
You caught me in the middle of tearing apart a ham 4.
Uh-oh. I hope you marked it before you took it apart. Get a screwdriver and go across the two halves so you can remember how to put it back together.
Yeah, you recommended that the other day, and I did that.
Okay, well those two lines have to go back together exactly in the spot that the bear fly out. It's better do it inside a cardboard box.
That's a good idea. I got two bearing races to put back in. I plugged it in, I wired it up, and the brake works, and she doesn't turn. So evidently that tells me it needs to be taken apart, re-bearinged, and lubed up and put back together.
Does it hum?
Oh yeah, she hums.
Yeah, my guess is, this is my guess, that all the bearings are all rusted solid because they don't use good synthetic grease.
Okay, what kind of rotor is it?
You pull that apart and you're re-bearing it. go and get AMSOIL grease. Don't get anything else. The best stuff you want. They make a red and they make a dark gray. Get the dark gray AMSOIL grease. That's the best stuff in the world.
What kind of rotor is it?
Ham 4.
Oh, you know, one thing you might want to check, in the control box, there's a capacitor that goes across the motor windings, and they tend to dry out, and after a while it won't turn either way, and that capacitor will get really hot.
Yeah, I had one of those blow up in my Ham M.
Okay, and the control box, what's this thing look like?
It's an AC capacitor. I think it's only got
I think it's a non-polarized
two connections
capacitor.
on it. You'll see it in the
Pretty good
schematic.
size.
It's about an inch and a quarter around, maybe 4 inches long.
Okay.
You should just buy one of those brand new and put it in.
Yeah, because I've got a T2X and I've got two Ham 4s. And believe it or not, I was thinking about it. They've sat around since probably 1990.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what it looks like when you take it apart. Maybe it's not the bearings. Maybe it's that capacitor.
I'm going to say on this one here, it's going to be the bearings. Because before my last, he had given me this one, and he hasn't used it for years. And it was out in the weather. It was standing up in the tower, but like I said, it hasn't been used in years.
Now, the grease is probably solid as steel, because I don't know what they use for grease in those, but, I mean, the Yaesu's just as bad, whether it's a Yaesu or it's a Ham M. After it's been up 10 years, you pull it apart, and there's virtually no grease in it left. It just vaporizes, and it's gone.
Yeah, my T2X and the other Ham 4 has been in my heated shop for years, but this one here has been in the barn.
Well, be interesting. Let me know. I'm dying to know when you pull it apart what you find.
I bought the bearing kits for the 3 rotors, and it's the same bearing kit.
You get good at it, Tom. There, I've got 6 more I'd like to have you redo.
All right.
Tom's Rotor Supplies.
Now, while I was working, I never ever really had the time for this, and now I'm taking the time.
Yeah, that would be great, because I hate working on those things.
Yeah, I know. On the 3 rotor boxes, I replaced the incandescent bulbs. I put the LEDs in them.
Hey, if you can swap boxes, that would eliminate the possibility that the cap is bad in the one box you're using.
Good idea.
Well, do you have one of those rotors that works?
Ray, I haven't messed with them for years.
Right, well, plug one of the other ones in and see if you get one that moves, and put that box on the rotor that doesn't move to verify whether it's the box or the rotor's jammed.
Yeah, what I could do is just take the other box and just hook it up.
Right, but you don't know if they're good either unless you verify on one of the other rotors that it turns.
Yeah, I have 3 boxes. One of them is going to make it turn if it's the rotor.
If it's the box, yeah, okay. Well, then get all 3. The box that's on there doesn't work, so get the other 2 boxes and try them.
All right, I'll be listening. I'll be on the side here, and I'll let you know. I'll let you know how I make out. I got to change 8 wires.
Well, make sure you got them right, because they're easy to screw up. Okay, see ya. N1 DVL.
KC3 KXB.
Isn't there two heavy wires in that cable than 6 finer wires?
They're supposed to be if you buy the right cable. Yeah.
Yeah, the black and white are like 16 gauge or something, and the other ones are just smaller.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I had that problem with one of the ones that I bought. It wouldn't turn, or it barely turned, and it turned out that was that capacitor. And I went over to a motor repair shop, and I think I paid $250 for a new one. Put it in there and worked great.
So this K3LR uses a 160 vertical ray, and it has clear insulators below the base of the tower. He didn't buy them from Rowan. He just has the like a Delron or something for at the base of the tower.
Well, I'm sure that fiberglass stuff I have here would work one way or the other.
Yeah, it sounds like it would.
What does he do, load the tower like the broadcast?
Yeah. And he's got 20,000 feet of wire beneath it for his radio field.
Barely enough.
I was thinking the same thing. He's halfway there.
Well, let me figure out what that is in quarter waves. 20,000 feet, 22,000, 20,000 divided by 120. Let's go 120. That is, it's 166 radials.
Yeah, not bad. He's, like I said, just about, well, he's a little over halfway there.
Well, that's 166 radials. That's not bad.
Right. You need 36,000 feet to do it right.
I'll bet you that far more important than having 36,000 feet of wire is having big, heavy strap, 2-inch braid connections, and the tower strapped together, and 10-gauge wire going in a box around the tower as the driven element. I bet all that's much more important.
He's got a bunch of 2-inch strap going out that goes to his ring. He's got a ring, like a copper tube around the tower, like a 36-inch diameter ring, let's say. And he's got the strapping going to that, and all the wires coming from that. He's got the 1 5/8 hard line, going to the boxes that feed the thing. Then he's also got some of the straps, the wide straps that go out, in addition to all the wires. So yeah, he's got all the connections made, probably as good as you can.
And I'm sure it works great.
What's he doing? A lightning storm?
Unhooks his coax. And looking at a picture of his shack here, you ought to see this shack. 13 7851s, a whole bunch of amplifiers, computers everywhere. I don't know what the guy does, but he's wearing an ICOM T-shirt and he's smiling.
I got my Toad Harbor T-shirt out, and I'm a-smiling.
Attaboy.
I got my Toad Harbor feed line, and I'm smiling.
Oh, he's got many 1,500 watt. Okay, he calls them 1,500 watt single amp tubes. They're single band amps with 8877. So each 7851 has its own matching 8877 amplifier next to it, Ray.
Yep, that's the only way to go.
This is incredible. You should see this place. Oh, my.
Are you looking at his website, K3LR.com?
I clicked on to something, a link from his QRZ site, yeah.
Okay.
got to be a genius just to figure out half the wiring in this thing. Anyway, pretty impressive. KB2ZVP. WG2E.
N1DVL. So are you going to buy 12 more radios, Randy?
No, probably not.
Okay.
K2ICH, that's your radio, Randy?
Yes.
Thing is pretty.
The 7851, yeah, I like it. It's a good rig. Yeah, my QRZ site, I have a picture of the rig and the amp and actually the tuner, too. Close-up pictures. Oh, not of the rig, though. Not of the rig. It's not close-up.
Can you change the bar graphs to analog meters?
Mine is analog, yeah.
Does that's got digital meters in it, though, right?
Yeah.
I'm surprised on a radio that expensive they didn't really have analog meters in them.
Joe, say something.
Yeah, this is K2ICH, Cambridge, New York. You run two spectrum scopes at the same time?
I can, but I don't. I just run the one. Because I don't run two. I seldom run two receivers.
So, Joe, on a modern internal combustion airplane engine, they use what? What kind of oil do they use? Shell?
That's probably the most popular, Aeroshell.
Now, is Aeroshell synthetic?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what does it cost for a quart of Aeroshell oil?
I think it's like $8 or $9.
And that doesn't have any problem with corrosion?
I don't like it.
Well, what would you recommend?
Exxon 2050 Elite.
2050 Elite. Now, is that a semi-synthetic?
Yep.
And what's that cost per quart?
It isn't much more. It might be $1 more a quart, but when you're talking that much, it doesn't really matter. Most of the engines you're putting in take 8 to 12 quarts. It's good stuff. I had some old outdated stuff that I use for chainsaw bar lube. It really works really good for that. It works better than the bar lube you get.
Yeah, I use I take all my old synthetic motor oil and just pour it into a gallon jug, and that's what I use for bar lube, and that works real good. I just can't get over the fact that these engines had a corrosion problem running synthetic motor oil, because I know for a fact that synthetic is far, far, far better than regular oil. There's some other issue going on there.
There's a lot of factors involved. It's different type of setup, clearances.
Well, I used to ride a 10-speed bike, and I would paint the chain with a brush, a paintbrush, and dip it into Valvoline regular motor oil. The Valvoline, like probably 30-weight racing oil or 1030, Valvoline. And I would paint the chain so the chain was dripping with oil. I'd go out riding, come back, put the bike away. Now, a week later, 1 week, the next weekend, that chain was dry as a bone. It looked like somebody cleaned it in one of those cleaners. It was just dry as a bone. And I noticed that every single, week or 2 weeks, the chain was just dry. It looked like it was a brand new chain that had never been lubed. And then I started using the Mobil synthetic and everything. So I painted the chain one time with Mobil synthetic, and a year later, I put the bike away for the winter, and the next year, the chain was still soaking wet. So, and then I obviously learned from that experience when I paint my tower, when I take my tower down, I paint the raising cables on it with synthetic motor oil. And if you put a good coat on them, 2 years later they're still wet. If you put regular motor oil on them, a month later it's completely gone. The cable's dry. So it just vaporizes. It just goes. It evaporates. Regular motor oil evaporates. That's why I could never understand how come if you put Mobil 1 into an aircraft engine, why it would be there would be corrosion in there. It makes almost no sense at all, unless there's some kind of a chemical imbalance between the oil and the stuff they use inside the engine.
Well, it's not so much the corrosion; it's more the deposits and everything.
But, I understand an air-cooled engine runs hotter, but the thing that's amazing is, my Impala's got 96,000 miles on it, and if you look inside the valve cover, it looks like the engine's got 10 miles on it. So there is no, when you run Mobil 1, there is no deposits, none, zero. There's nothing inside the engine. The engine looks perfectly clean. And I know a guy that was a mechanic that had his own shop, and go back 10, 12, 15 years. A guy bought a brand new Lincoln Continental, and he put a lot of miles on it. And the guy used Mobil 1 all the time. And at 160,000 miles, he said, I pulled the valve covers off that engine to put new valve cover gaskets on it. And he said it looked like the engine had never been run at all. It would look like a brand new engine on the inside. And I've heard that time and time and time again about Mobil 1. So, the temperature, the hotter temperature in an air-cooled engine, that's where Mobil 1 really shines, because I had a Honda here, air-cooled Honda 250, a quad, and that's all I ran in that was Mobil 1, and again, perfect. There's just something there that doesn't make sense. That whole story just doesn't make any sense to me. It's just something not right.
It may have been their formulation or something. I'd have to look back and look through the archives to see why they pulled it.
Well, yeah, maybe they decided to make their own, aircraft oil instead of using the stuff they had used in cars for 20 or 30 years, and that maybe they changed the formulation and they screwed it up. That sounds more like what's going on, because I have never seen Mobil 1 leave any kind of a deposit inside any engine.
You know, but I don't think it lubricates as well as some of the other oils. When I was doing these hot rod diesels, I used to use their Delvac 1, and I had a surprising amount of camshaft wear. Now, I had crazy springs on this thing so it would slam and shut with 100 pounds of boost, but still in all, I wasn't real thrilled with that stuff.
The roller rockers or flat tappet?
It's a flat tappet cam. It's a diesel cam. I'm not talking about the rockers. I'm talking about the tappets.
Yeah, but that's exactly what's going to happen because Mobil 1 doesn't have the additives in it anymore because it's designed to run with roller camshafts. And it's a known fact if you put Mobil 1 into an older flat tappet racing engine that the cams will wear out. You have to add that ZDDP or whatever it is. You have to add it to it.
Yeah, you got to have a pint of STP with ZDDP in it. 1 pint per gallon of oil. So that every oil change was with three pints of that. I switched over to Castro's diesel oil, and I had a lot better luck with that.
They say that the diesel Mobil 1's supposed to have that in it, KH-STK.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
When you're talking about a diesel, that's a whole other world, and those old Rotella and stuff like that, they have a great reputation.
Yeah, the 110 or 160 pound springs.
I used to run the Rotella T synthetic on my diesel.
Yeah, the synthetic stuff is probably an awful lot better. I know we've got a really good Kendo product that we're using in our trucks. We're having a lot of really good luck with our engines, Chris. We got 600,000 miles on these engines, and they're running strong. So we searched out a real good diesel oil, and it's a hybrid oil. It works great for our fleet.
Is that truck fixed yet?
Yeah, well, we're still doing some more stuff to it. We've got 2 trucks in the shop. One, we're replacing a big section of frame, and we got that truck in. We went through the front brakes on it, and they had the wrong brakes on it. This truck is in Pennsylvania in the hilly section, so they originally it came with these real heavy front brakes it's heavier than what we'd run. And the guy had standard shoes on it, so we did all that. We did seals and bearings and brakes and drums. And now we've got the back wheels and tires off the thing. We're doing their back brakes because they're halfway shot, so we're replacing all the brakes on that. I've got to move the boom back because the boom is a little bit too close to the headboard, so that's going to be a pretty big job. I got to unbolt that and slide the boom back about 6 inches and put a filler piece in front of the boom. But it's coming along. It's a good truck.
Well, this is the one you just bought. Has the frame been fixed yet?
Oh, yeah, it was easy. Piece of cake.
And that's already done?
It was done the first day the second day we had it. The first day we got it, Saturday, Sunday. So it was done Monday.
My God, you should need a raise.
No, I'm good. We're all good. Everybody's good.
What'd you do, get a truck with a bad frame?
It had a bad frame section in it, so we just sectioned out that and replaced it with another section.
A little bit of baling wires and duct tape, and you're all set.
Yeah, we got $16,000 off of it because they didn't realize they had a bad section of the inner frame had a bad section in it. It was rusty, the top and bottom rails. Actually, it was a lot better. Once we got cleaning it up, it was a lot better than what we thought it was. So it was a piece of cake to fix. Just took the plasma cutter, cut out the old section, put in some new sections, welded it in, and we're good.
Who did the welding?
I do the welding.
Okay, just checking. You sure you got enough penetration?
Pretty sure. I've got 2 more sections to weld on the back because I've got to lengthen the frame out in the back so I can slide the boom back.
Were you using Harbor Freight welding stuff?
Everything from Harbor Freight, yeah. Nothing but the finest Harbor Freight equipment out there. No millers? He's just being facetious.
Were you welding next to where it says "Do not weld" or "cut"?
I scraped that sticker off first. You burn it off. Joe, I sent you a video. One of them's kind of long.
Yeah, I got him on there. I heard the phone ding. I'm just looking up that Av1 business there with the synthetic oil. Looks like what you said, it drains off after it sits for a while is what the problem was.
Yeah, they have that. That's what, because it moves so freely, and it just, and everything's dry for a second. You almost have to have a pre-lube system on there.
It says something about Delvac for engines that sit for a long period of time. It doesn't drain off as fast or something.
That's what they say. I've used Delvac. I switched from Delvac. I had problems with my Delvac, but I was doing more than what probably should have been done,
All our locomotive engines had pre-lube pumps before you started them up, and then after you shut it down, there was another pump that kept pumping oil through the turbo for another 30 minutes.
I caught hell for I was in Pennsylvania at Darren Northeast. They were going through a real problem with neighbors and stuff and noise. And I drove in there, I pulled in, and I let my diesel idle, so I could cool off the turbo. And that's exactly what you're supposed to do. And I wasn't there for 35 or 40 seconds, and the cops were there. And they just come right in. They park right there on the hill, and they come right in if you're idling your truck. And so you can't idle the truck here, So I pulled it inside the shop and just idled it in there. But I always let my truck idle for a while afterward. Not like what you're talking about. That's the best way. But of course, with a regular pickup truck, you don't have pre-lubers and after-lubers.
You know what they ought to do? It'd probably be easy to just build a little system yourself. But while the engine is running, the oil pressure should fill up an accumulator tank that's pressure with oil. And then before you go to start it, that tank should let loose and run some oil through the engine before you actually turn it over.
Yeah, if it were necessary, probably not a bad idea. For a hot rod guy or something, it might not be a bad idea. But diesel engines run to 100. They run to 1 million miles. So how much do they really need that?
Yeah, well, I suppose. Well, we had to test all that stuff, test the timing of the pre-lube pump and how long the pump ran after you shut the engine off to cool the turbocharger. And that was a big thing. That was a gear-driven turbocharger with an overrunning clutch. So up until you got up about throttle 5 or 6, it was actually directly driven. And then once you got up past that, there was enough exhaust to lift it off the overrunning clutch, and the exhaust took over.
Yeah, how many RPM was that? About 600-800 RPMs?
The ones we worked at, the maximum RPM operationally was 902, and they idled about 200. But when we used to, they had an overspeed, a mechanical overspeed that would shut off the fuel, and we had to test that, and usually that was supposed to trip about 1,050 RPMs.
My overspeed was set at 4,200 RPMs. Wow. Yeah, the programmer was set for 4,000 RPMs. That's spinning an inline 6 diesel.
This was mechanical, and it had a manual reset that you had to do after it tripped. You actually had to go to the engine and reset this mechanical thing.
mine would mechanically trip, it was generally the rod coming through the side of the block or the crank getting twisted, and then it was just basically pulling it out and rebuilding it.
Did you have an aftermarket crank or just use a stock one?
I had both. After I broke the stock one, you had to go to an aftermarket one.
Was the aftermarket one stronger?
Yeah, it was. It was a better crank. It was made from a speed shop, you know, out of a billet. It was a billet crank, and it was guaranteed to be better. I never bent one of those cranks, but I did break and bend two Dodge cranks.
Well, then obviously it was better. What did that baby cost?
Oh, I don't know. It wasn't terribly expensive. A couple of grand, probably.
You know, you could have 13 radios just like you have if you used all that money on the radios instead of the truck.
Well, you know what? You think about that, and I agree with you. I was thinking about it today. If I had the money that I had, you know, it was $100,000 in that truck. It was 4 engines at $30 grand a piece. No, that's not 3 engines at $30 grand a piece, right around there, because that's what they cost. And there was 3 transmissions, and the first transmission was $10,000, and the next 2 transmissions. Well, no, the next transmission was $7,700, and the next one after that was warranty. So it had $17,000, $18,000 in transmissions, and $90 grand in motors, and then that's not to mention all the turbos and all the aftermarket stuff and off the intercoolers and drive shafts and rear ends, and you know, shit, I had more money in that truck than I have in this house, without question.
When were you doing that?
Well, I lived up on the hill in Glen. When after I built the shop, I was down in Kingston all the time building these trucks.
Wow, gee, I never knew that. I would have liked to seen some of that stuff.
Some of the stuff is on the Facebook page. If you go deep enough into my Facebook page, you'll see some of the paint jobs on my ex-wife's truck, and you'll see a lot of engines apart in my shop.
Okay, yeah, because I was only over your house there once or twice, and I just was driving by, and you were out there doing something, and your kid was in there, and he was just like a little kid, and he had the welded helmet on, and he was making sparks and having a great old time there in your garage.
That was before I had the shop, right?
Well, I just remember just the house, and I think when I was there, you might have just had the front door was like steps to nowhere.
Yeah, we had just built the place. If you go on the internet to 504 Reynolds Road in Glen, you'll see the house as it is now. My son's there now. He's taking the place over. I don't know if they have any shop pictures or not, but there's a shop there now, a metal shop. It's a beautiful shop I built, and it was very well heated, very well insulated, and just a great. It was a 30 wide, 40 long, 14-foot door, so I could put tractor trailers in there, and did a lot of work in that shop.
What town would that be?
Fultonville. Just put 504 Reynolds Road in Glen, 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 or Fultonville, either one.
Impressive videos, Randy.
Well, I'm going to bed, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, Raymond.
7-3, Ray.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, the pictures show the house and the shop. Thanks, Joe. That's I figured. There's a million things I could have took pictures of or a video of, but it's hard to do when you're holding the phone and trying to see the radio too. See you, Ray.
Good night, Ray.
I bet that thing must have set you back a few, didn't it? I think they got them listed for like $12,000.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what Maureen paid for it. At the time, it was $12,400, but the owner of HRO gave us a discount.
Is that the shop there that's to the left of the house? It's a separate driveway of its own?
To
left, red and gray shop.
Okay, and there's like you're next to a neighbor there. There's like a line of trees between it.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't been up that way in a long time.
I thought about taking it back over, to be honest with you.
And the kids are down there, and the grandkids are down there, and Maureen's son lives just down the road. They put those they had to put railings on the steps, and they put those wooden ones. I don't like that, but it's a nice shop. I wish I had pictures of the inside of it for you to show you. But I had 2 milling machines in there, 7 welders, bandsaws, vertically and horizontal, the whole bit,
Wow, had I only known, I could have come over there and had you do stuff for me.
Absolutely. You sure could have.
Did you guys have your breakfast thing on Sunday?
Yeah, we sure did.
Okay, well, I would have considered it had the weather been nicer.
Yeah, it was a good time. We had a good get together. Got to hang out and tell lies and talk about you and talk about Ray and everybody.
Oh yeah, my ears were ringing. Of course, they ring all the time.
I know that feeling.
Oh, you had another Toad Harbor get together?
Yeah, Sunday we went down and had, just the local guys out here in the central part of the state.
Oh, okay. I hadn't heard anything about it, so, oh well. But there's always next time.
Well, you know about the 15th of June, so don't forget that.
Yeah, is that a Saturday or Sunday?
It's a Saturday. We got 10 rooms, 10 hotel rooms if you want a hotel room. So it's at the Robert Post Park last year. Excuse me, same as last year.
Okay, I'll see. I'll have to pencil into the schedule.
And there's rooms with queen size beds, two queen size beds. So. If there's somebody that wants to go down and going to spend the night, they can split the room with somebody else. That's more than doable too.
Hey, that's right on the river.
It is. It's right on the water. It's a beautiful place. Carl, I could take you over to the block plant and show you where the plant that I built.
Oh, would they let you in there?
Oh, sure, they would.
Well, one of these days, if I get some reason to come out your way, I'll come out like on a Sunday, and Monday when you go to work, you can give me the grand tour.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I like all that kind of stuff, machinery and things.
Oh, I know you do. Yeah, I know. You'd be right in your glory there. It's all stuff that's, old and pretty reliable. Just runs and runs and runs, and there's a lot of technology that you don't see there. A lot of it is in the molds and the aggregates and the way we mix things and all that. But we could explain that to you. But it's as far as the equipment, there's certainly nothing state of the art.
Yeah, well, a lot of places I worked were really cool, and I told everybody about it, but you just couldn't bring people in there. You just couldn't bring anybody in the steel mill and show them around. And, of course, I'm not at Target now. They had an house there once a year, but they were doing inventory, so nothing was running. So you could bring somebody in, and you could show them around, but nothing was actually doing anything, so that was kind of weird. And then when I worked up there at the Colony landfill running the generating plant, I was there all alone almost all the time, and I offered all my friends, hey, you stop up, man, I'll show you around. You can check out these engines. Nobody ever came. yeah, it was pretty neat. I was going through some of my old pictures, and I found some pictures of the engines that I took. Maybe I'll have to work on my QRZ page and put up some of the things.
What engines was that?
The Caterpillar 3520Cs there that ran on the landfill gas.
Oh, wow. Okay. KA2EXP, Albany.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, I'm sure I offered you to stop by, and you never did.
Oh, well.
Well, since I left, they put a fourth one in there, so there was an empty hole when I was there. There was 3 engines going, and they put a fourth one in.
Okay, very good. How am I doing? Am I getting out tonight?
You're as good as anybody here tonight.
Okay, thank you. Got a lot of wind here lately.
20 over here into central New York.
Yeah, okay, very good. Thank you for the 20 over. We're running, let's see, low power here. Running only about half power on the Clipperty now, showing about 650, 700.
Hey, Steve, I take it you've heard about the Toad Harbor picnic in June on the 15th. I'm sure that you and the bride would be invited. You think you could go?
Where's that going to be?
The 15th of June, and that's what we were just talking about. I was looking at the park there in Kingston, and it's right on the river.
Down the thruway?
Yeah, Kingston. Heck, if you want to go with me, you can come with me.
Oh, okay, because I've been to a Kingston, Quebec also.
No, our Kingston.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess it's a possibility. What date is it?
The 15th. It's a Saturday, June.
Well, since I'm retired, I probably have nothing to do, so nothing scheduled to the best of my knowledge. So unless I'm camping, and yeah, that's a possibility.
Okay, well, we'll just have to speak with Randy, the head toad, and find out what we're supposed to bring, and I'm sure it'll be a wonderful experience.
Yeah, okay, very good. KA2EXP.
Is that the official title, Randy, the head toad? Did I have that right?
Yeah, sure. Whatever works.
And I'm going to pull the plug here. It's 10 o'clock or nearly there, so I'm going to get out of here and head off to bed. 73, everybody. Have a good night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. KB2ZVP.
Good night, Randy.
All right, Randy, good night. I'm going to do the same thing. N2 Echo Whiskey Mike. Good night, head toad.
See you, Randy. See you, Gary.
7-3 from Albany.
Same here. 7-3, everybody. K2ICH.
Republic of Vermont. KA1LH.
Sounds like a mass exodus.
Yeah, it must be our fault.
I don't know. I'm hoping it wasn't me.
No, all is well. I didn't get on last night. Were you on 50.4?
No. What happened is we went to the movies last night.
Oh, what'd you see? Anything good?
No. I don't even want to advertise for it because it was no good.
Okay.
I get the senior citizens rate a few bucks off, so they're looking for something to do, and it was a problem because what happened is the power was out in Schenectady and Rotterdam, and just as we were leaving, the power came back on, and then we went back in, and probably it's a sign I should have never gone, but whatever.
Oh, okay. Well, where, Rotterdam Square or whatever it's called now?
Yeah, Rotterdam Square, yep.
Oh, it's Viaport. Is that it?
Yeah, something like that. The stores are leaving there in droves.
Okay, yeah, I go down there every once in a while, run into Kmart for something, but that's about it.
Yeah, I had heard through the grapevine that when that mall got sold to to somebody, they promised to pay the back taxes, and they only paid $250,000 for the place.
Okay. Well, I used to like to go down there. They used to have a World of Science in there, and a couple other places I like to go, but haven't been down there in a while. And then we used to go there into the food court when we were working at Super Steel. When we were on afternoon shift, we used to go in there and get the Chinese food and that Genji to Japan there or whatever. So it wasn't a bad place in the old days.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of these stores dying off with Amazon and the internet and everything, and they can't afford the taxes here in New York. Como says they're going to be like $3.5 billion short or something like that, and yet they're feeding the bottom feeders, so it's sort of a giving all the money away and not taking in enough, and sooner or later the irresistible force is going to meet the immovable object. Over.
Yeah. Did you get your taxes done yet? I was over at Willocks there, and I'm done, and I got my federal back already.
Really? Is he back yet, or did you go through the other guy?
Well, I mean, it's still under his name, but Mike there is his assistant. And, Don will do you if you want, but he only comes up here out of Florida for a couple of weeks there to take care of his investment customers, I guess.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I'm all pretty much done. Just waiting for Darlene and Brian, and then we'll be going over.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I've done all mine. Well, anyway, I guess it's getting a bit late here too, so I think I'm going to head upstairs. I didn't really get on much yesterday. I wasn't feeling so hot, but today's another day. So if anybody else is in there, I'll say good night to anybody, and we'll catch you all later. This is Whiskey Golf 2 Echo.
Okay, 7-3. You've got a 40 over signal tonight here too, so sounding good. We'll be going to the listing mode and give it up to anybody else who wants to put their 2 cents in. KA2EXC.
Okay, 7-3, Steve. See you later. WG2E.
Good night.
KA3SBK. Who do we still have in there?
Man, everybody disappears quick.
I'm still here in Albany, but I'm just sort of listening in case somebody calls me. The name here is Steve. Sierra Tango Echo Victor Echo, KA2 Electric X-ray Beam. KA2 EXB.
How you doing there, Steve? Where you at?
We're in Albany, New York. Albany County, New York. That's November 3-2.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I got a good coffee. I got you about a 5.9 plus 5. I hope I'm sounding okay over there.
Yeah, the band is going up and down. Sometimes I can hear you, and sometimes I can't hear you. So sorry about that.
That's 160 for you. It's only going to get worse as the summer comes.
Okay, just cranked it up to 1,000. So hopefully you're hearing me.
Yeah, I have about almost S9 in noise, and you're about 5 over that. So it's over the noise.
Okay, very good. Where'd you say you are?
I am located in Damascus, Maryland.
Yeah, it dropped out. It's tough copy.
Okay, Damascus, Maryland. That's where I'm at.
The band goes up and down on a couple-minute basis, and it's ebbing right now. So we'll stand by. KA2EXB.
All right, that sounds good. Well, hopefully the band will change a little bit more, and we'll see what happens. I don't know who else is left in there. So who else is on the Code Harbor net? Anybody still out there?
I'm still here, Chris.
Hey, everybody, you talking to me okay over that direction?
Yeah, this is KXP.
Okay, Tom. I didn't know if you could still copy me okay or not because the band's so up and down tonight.
Yeah, you're 10 over.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, Randy couldn't hear me so good. It was, I guess, conditions. Nothing's changed here. Everything's still the same. So it must be just a band.
Yeah, give me a few minutes. I have our rotor taken apart and I'm playing with bearings.
All right, I'll be hanging in there for a little bit.
All right, catch you in a few.
Hi, Roger.
I heard somebody in there. Heard a station there in the background. Come on in. KA3SVK.
Stupid.
KA3SVK, KC3, KXB.
Hello, radio. I'm here.
Yeah, Chris?
Yep, it's me.
Okay, now I'll finish putting that rotor together tomorrow. I got to get some light grease. Ray said get AMSOIL, gray grease.
What kind of grease?
AMSOIL. Randy said get the lightest grease I could get, and Ray said go with AMSOIL. So I'll be taking a trip to Meadville tomorrow to get my grease.
I've never heard of that. What is it made for?
It's a synthetic grease, and I'm going to be lubricating bearings. I just rebuilt a Ham 4, and I'm going to be doing the bearings in this grease.
Okay. I bought some synthetic grease before. It's like a real light paste, but it's not runny. I got the lightest paste I could get, and I bought pulverized copper, and it's so fine it's like a powder. It blows like a powder, like talcum powder. It's that fine of copper shavings. It's pulverized copper. It's just like powder. You can blow it and it'd be like powder. And I mixed that into that synthetic clear paste, and I use that on my connectors.
Yeah, new bearings and bearing races that for this rotor.
And what are you going to run the rotor with?
It's a Ham 4.
Yeah, but I mean, what are you going to use it for? What kind of antenna?
I've got a 6-meter beam, and I've got a 2-meter and trying to think what the 70-centimeter beam that's going to go above the 6-meter, and I got a 40-foot crank-up tower with a 10-foot mast. So that's what I'm going to run on the rotor.
Seems like a lot of people are getting interest back in the VHF and UHF.
I'll tell you what, there is absolutely nobody where I'm at here. Nobody on 2-meter.
Well, somebody's got to do it.
I've got some buddies in the ham radio club up there in Erie, and I want to, and they're all horizontal, and I want to point the beam up that way and talk to them.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to put something up here at the house for 6 meters, 2 meters, at 440 horizontal, not vertical. I got the big old X500, the big 17-foot antenna, that dual bander that Ray was complaining about, and I also have some that are like about 7 or 8 feet. But those are good for repeaters and local talking, but you can't use them for DX or anything.
Yeah, if I'm going to use DX to go to 20 meters, 40 meters, I'll talk there for DX.
Yeah, but I mean, even on VHF and UHF, I mean, those verticals, they're not going to cut it. They're great for local talking, and that's about it.
Yes, and that's all I want to do with the 2 meter. And 6 meter, that Alan the West, he keeps calling it the magic band. I want to see what it's all about.
Wait a minute, who's calling what a magic band?
The guy that made the ham test. You know, the tech, the general, and the extra.
Oh, you mean as far as okay, you're not talking about anybody on this group.
Absolutely not. No. That when I bought the book to study for my license, I used his program, and I guess he's out of California, and with the CD, there was different noises on there, and he said he was talking about what those noises were, and I want to see what 6 meters is all about. Why he's calling it the magic band.
Well, I guess you call it the magic band because you can actually, you can work as DX with it, but it still has propagation for local and for DX because it gets into the ionosphere really well, and it will travel pretty good. So it opens up and closes rather quickly. It's sort of like 10 meters, except a little bit not quite like 10 meters. It's very similar to 10 meters.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I have not heard anybody on 10 meters yet, and I've been licensed now for a year.
Well, so what you got to do is you got to get on when there's a contest. A lot of times, people just not there. They say, 10 meters and 12 meters and 15 meters, they're dead. I'm not even going to get on. They don't even get on. They call CQ. But I've done it, and I found people. No one say anything. They're waiting for someone else to call CQ. You just got to get out there and call CQ for about 5 or 10 minutes, and hopefully someone will come back to you. You do it a few times a day. You'll be surprised. You'll get somebody eventually. Either that or if you really want to find out the band's opening up, you just get on the squawk bands like Channel 6 and Channel 19 and Channel, there's another channel I forgot that the chicken band people start squawking, and they get their amplifiers out and they start hooting and hollering and stuff. And when you start hearing them, the band's going to be open on 10 meters.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And I'll tell you what, as far as talking to strangers, I'd rather talk to guys that I like to talk to and, that I care about. And that's you, that's Randy, that's Ray, and Carl, and, the whole group here. That's what keeps me here.
Yeah, actually, I'll get out there and I'm sitting here working on something at the same time, so this weird noises are. I get the itch that I'll go out there, like today I was on 20 meters and on 40 meters, and I'll call CQ to see if anybody will come back, and sometimes you'd be surprised. You get some really good conversations.
chatted with people about it had nothing to do with amateur radio. We ended up talking about fiber optic and talking about just different things that had nothing to do with amateur radio. And some guys I talked to that were in Florida, and it ends up they used to work the same place I did at IBM in Gaithersburg. And we chatted about that. And he said he retired and he moved up there. I said, well, where'd you live? What'd you do? And he started talking about IBM. I said, man, I've worked at IBM over here in Gaithersburg, Maryland, at the main plant, the biggest one there is. He says, really? He says, I used to go out there all the time. Ends up we knew the same people. We started chit-chatting. We talked for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, that's why I like talking to Carl. He worked a steel mill, and he rebuilt locomotives. And I used to run locomotives. I'm still licensed. And he was talking today about resetting, I forget what it was, resetting the governor or something. All that, well, when that it pulls in, and then when you go to start it, it won't start. What you got to do is pull that, there's a knob. You just pull it out, and I hit the starter. What you do, you flip on the fuel switch, and when the glass, all the bubbles are out of the glass, you hit the start, and the governor will take over from there.
Again, something I don't know anything about. Yeah, I'm sitting here playing around. I accidentally started hitting my mic gains on my preamp. I'm trying to put stops on them so they won't move around, but ended up moving. I'm gonna have to work on that. Anyway, yeah, I know what you mean. It's it's amazing if you get out there and just catch someone on the air, you'd be surprised. You might meet someone you don't even realize you know, or you have the same interest, and all of a sudden you start talking about stuff, and then you know, I've gotten ideas from people about stuff that they did in the field that I used to work in, and it's pretty interesting to, you know, just have a conversation with someone you don't even know, and you have these great conversations.
Yeah. And I love talking about the stuff that I used to do. And, you know, I've been retired 16 years now, and, man, do I miss working.
I miss working, but I don't miss the people I worked with.
I worked with a good bunch of guys. We spent more time together than what we did with our families.
You're always meeting different people, and I don't know, man. Sometimes it's a scrungy bunch of guys.
Yeah, I double with you half of that there, Chris.
I'm sorry, say again?
I doubled half of you there.
No, I was just saying, I worked construction, and I worked, construction. I worked in all kinds of different stuff, like really heavy construction. Then I've worked in buildings where, you know, you just basically do small tenant space and stuff. So I've worked from anywhere from power plants to internet sites to construction buildings and to inside of suites where military spaces where they needed stuff done for their whole layout of the floor for their stations and everything. I've done all kinds of stuff, and some of the guys you work with are pretty good. Some of them in the construction field, they're just some gnarly people.
Yeah, and just about my whole working career, I've been a longshoreman, and just a week here and a week there when I was laid off, or when I had the 13-week vacation, then I was I went sailing. Either that or I went motorcycle riding, went out to visit my parents in Southern Cal.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, you used to do some pretty cool stuff. You know, I never did boat. I never did really ride motorcycles on the street. I used to ride dirt bikes and stuff, but I was never confident enough to ride on the street. I probably would have killed myself. That's just how I am. I don't believe I would have survived in this area driving on the street with the maniacs around here. But I sure would have liked to. Me and my wife almost bought a motorcycle. Almost bought a hardtail Harley, and we were going to, this is back when we were probably just married only about a couple of years, and we almost bought it, and then we backed out of it, and then after that we thought about having kids and everything. We said, forget it. And I think it's for the best, because I know too many people They got killed on motorcycles that were, our neighbors. And these were experienced riders in their 40s and up to in their 50s. And they got hit by people that just blatantly weren't watching for motorcycles, and they weren't doing anything wrong. They just got nailed by a car from somebody that just didn't think.
Yeah, before I got my Harley, I had a C109RT, which was a huge 109 cubic inch Suzuki touring bike. And I rode that for a couple of years, and I was afraid of dropping it with my wife on the back because I got, and since then I had them replaced. And now I ride a Tri-Glide, three-wheeler, Harley three-wheeler. And my wife liked that so well, we bought her a three-wheeler, which it's let me think. It's a Softail with a Roadsmith kit on it, a fully independent rear suspension, which rides so much better than the Tri-Glide. But mine, I put 15,000 miles on it, and she's got 25,000 on hers.
Well, it's great that you have a wife that'll do that with you. That's real important, especially when she enjoys it as much as you do.
Yeah, that Suzuki, I was afraid of dropping that and hurting her, and I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I hurt her.
Yeah, I guess not. That's it can be dangerous. Are they like the Pan Ams where it has two wheels in the front, and one in the back, or two wheels in the back and one in the front?
Two in the back and one in the front. Are you familiar with Harley at all?
I'm not familiar with anything they made as a trike.
Yeah, they make FX or FXX, or what I have is the Tri-Glide, which is that ultra classic with the three wheels. And she has the Softail with the Roadsmith kit, and that has the fully independent rear suspension, and that ride on that is superior.
And are these special order? I've never seen anybody that had one in this area. I've seen the what do they call those? The Can ones. But I've never seen a Harley Davidson in this area that's a trike.
Really? Sometime when I meet you, or sometime if you have a cell phone that you can receive pictures, I'll have to send you pictures of these.
Hey, you can send it to my email address.
I'm not technology savvy.
You want to do it easy. Take a picture with your phone and just send it to a text.
Yeah, that's I can do that.
Yeah, I know. It's you can do it with the cell phone. You got to get in there and you got to email it. You can do it. It's not hard to do with your phone.
Hey, Chris, I'm an old man.
It's real. You get the hang of it.
Yeah, I'm an old man. I don't all this technology. I don't really do too well with it.
Oh, you're on the radio. A lot of people couldn't figure out how to use those things.
This is the type of equipment that I used back in the 70s and 80s. I used this equipment on 11 meters.
I had to get a soda. Yeah, you know what? I used to actually use CBs. It's really stupid. I go and buy these expensive export CBs before I got into amateur radio, and I'll use an export CB, which is absolutely not legal, and I'll go and put an amplifier in it back in the day. But then I wouldn't go out and buy ham radio and do it that way.
Yeah, believe it or not, I still have a couple export radios here, like Ranger RCI 2990. I've got a 2970, 10-12 meter radios. And back in the day, I used to run an Excalibur, and I got tired of that, and then I run the 757 Yaesu. I run a 901 Yaesu. I had a 101Z or ZD Yaesu. Then I had that 751 ICOM. I had a 735 ICOM. I had a 751 Alpha. That's the kind of nonsense I run on 11 meters.
All that fancy stuff to talk on the chicken, man. You know, it is stupid. I really, it was fun, but you know, it's just like, what a waste of money. I could have bought me a nice amateur radio and just ran that on the air and said, heck with it. I don't know. I didn't do it. I figured I can't do that. I got to go buy a CB export or something. I used to run the. I had a Ranger 2950. I believe it was 2900. 2950. I thought it was. And then I had a Ranger 3300. And then I used to have a Galaxy 500. Had a frequency counter and everything. That was a nice little radio. I had two of those. I had a black-faced one and a silver-faced one. And I used to have the old, what would they call that thing? Amplifier. It was a Texas Star 600. And that thing, I tell you, I abused that amplifier to no end. I had a Texas Star 400 and a Texas Star 600. And I used to key down on that thing and it probably 350 watts on AM, and it was 600 on sideband. But that poor amplifier, I abused the hell out of it.
Yeah, Texas Stars. I recall those were solid states. Don't laugh at me. I used to run the NCL, which was the National 2000.
You know, I know a guy that bought one of those. I should say, bought. He had a guy build it for him. He had two Texas Star 1600s, and he put them combiner together for it, and he ran them out of his car. He had to have 250 amp alternators put on his car, and he had two diesel batteries in the back of his car in a gang box. And he had that, and he ran his amplifier, and he had a hard time keeping it with the antenna. He just had a stainless steel whip on a ball mount. And he would sit there and key down on that thing. He had the worst time. He couldn't go up past half power because it would arc from the center conductor of the ball mount inside the body to the chassis of the car. He did all that to find out he couldn't even run a true 1600 watts. Gauge SPK.
Wow. And I almost never ever run in the 40 channels, you know, in the on your chicken band.
I'm sorry, say it again. Did we double?
I don't know, but I never. I was very, very seldom in the 1 through 40.
You were never on it?
Never on it. I was above it, on the lower side.
Oh yeah, the old free band. Yep. They used to hang out a lot on the 27555. That was around here. That was the big channel. Or they would talk in between these channels. In between channels, there was 5 channels dedicated for electronic junk frequencies on the CB band, like channel 19A, 15A, 11A, 7A. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that was for your model airplanes and boats and that.
Yeah. Used to hang out on those a lot. Drive everybody crazy because they couldn't figure out where you were.
Yeah. 045095. There was one lower below our, in between, I think, 1 and 2 on channel 1, between channel 1 and channel 2. And there was 2 more up further. I'd have to think about it, and I could tell you what they are. I probably still have radios for radio control on them.
There you go. Yeah, we used to play around on those going up the road. How's my signal to you tonight?
Pardon me?
I said, what's my signal at you tonight?
9S units, and on your peaks, some of your peaks there, you're 10 over 9.
Okay, so, I was just wondering if, what it is, because Randy was saying I was sort of on the quiet side tonight.
Yeah, as long as I can hear you, you're doing good.
All right, let me turn the amp off, see how bad it is. 65 watts, KA3SPK, 65 watts.
7S units, and I can hardly hear you.
All right, so now I guess the amplifier's on, so you can hear me now.
Roger, and I'm running you, about 1,000 watts.
Yeah, I have you just, you're like 9 and 10, 9 and about 7 over. It fluctuates, of course, with the peaks.
Roger.
So that time you actually went to 10. Okay, you're doing good.
Yeah, what are you running for a amp, Chris?
I'm running the AL80B, and I think I'm peaking 800 watts or so.
Yeah, I'm running the same thing. I'm running her wide open.
80B?
I double with you. All I said is I'm running the 80B wide open.
All right. What, you got up to 1,000?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me try it. I never ran it up to 1,000. Let's see here. All right. Let's see. They say that should be full output. Yeah, just run 1,000. Hello, radio, KA3SPK.
And on the top of the 3500Z, I got a big heat sink on there.
Oh, really? That's interesting. Well, if I pumped it up a little bit more, but it's only like a couple hundred watts. Did that make any difference?
Yeah, you're louder. And on this one here, I converted it from 110 to 220, and I put that grid overload protection circuit in it.
The guy at Ameritron says it isn't really necessary. Even if you drive it with 100 watts, he says it probably won't do anything. It's pretty rock solid amplifier, he said.
Yeah. I don't know if this is doing anything or not, but at least it's in there. It gives me a little peace of mind.
Yeah, in case you drove it too hard, it would shut down the the plate current or the grid current gets up too high. It'd have to go up to like almost 250 or something, somewhere like that, and I think it probably shut down there.
Yeah, if something can be done stupid with it, I can do it.
You have a little more faith in yourself.
I do. That's a lot of faith. I have faith I can tear anything up.
There you go. It's funny. My dogs just came down here. I don't know why they're down here. They came down here to visit me. I had the gate closed upstairs. They shoved the gate open, and they're down here. I guess everybody's upstairs going to bed, and I'm down here talking on the radio.
Yeah. The pup, she won't come down yet, and the big dog that she's afraid to walk on the kitchen floor. I got vinyl in there, and she's afraid to come down in the basement. I have to carry her down to bathe her. And the little one hasn't worked up the courage yet. The little one is probably about 4 months, 5 months old now.
Well, I mean, what kind of dog was it?
One is a Australian cattle dog, the other is Australian Shepherd.
Oh, nice dogs.
Very loyal.
Yeah, they're good dogs. Very good dogs. I like those dogs. We're going to be going to me and my wife this year. We decided to take a trip, which we never take a trip. We had to arrange for someone to stay here to take care of our dogs. That's why we can never get away, is because we can't leave our animals. We got, 3 cats, and we have 4 dogs, and it's like leaving the dogs. Are you crazy? We did that one time with someone of our family, and it was an absolute disaster, and she'd never do it again. But we found someone to take care of the dogs that we can trust. So this year we're going to go to a Scottish Deerhound specialty, and that's my wife's big trip for the year.
Where are you going?
Scottish Deerhound specialty.
Not familiar with it.
It's a dog show.
Okay.
Yeah, it's where they all the Scottish Deerhounds come to the main show from all around the world, and they meet at this one place.
and they have a big show, and there's hundreds of these dogs going to be there, and the two dogs that we bought, their both parents are champions from one of our Scottish Deerhounds and the other one. They're both champions, and my wife wants to meet the dogs.
Sounds like fun. I'll tell you what, these my wife wanted the puppy, so we went and got her the puppy, and I don't know why. The big dog is all over me, and the puppy's all over me, and the puppy almost ignores her.
I'm sorry, I drifted off. Try again.
Yeah, I said the wife wanted a puppy, so we got her the puppy, and it seems like these two doggone dogs are in love with me. All I got to do is sit down, and man, they're all over me.
That's a good thing. You know, they want to be with you. That's important.
Yeah, but they should be with her instead of me.
You know, it's funny. Do you feed them?
I feed them. I take them for a walk. I pet them. I talk to them, and I just plain take care of them.
Well, you know, the person that feeds the dogs are going to be the ones they're most loyal to. That's a first. And if you spend time with them and walk with them, they want to be with you. That's just it. It's the same thing with my wife. My wife feeds the dogs, but when she goes to bed or she's not up, they come downstairs and they come down here to see me at the radios.
Yeah, the little dog, we have a cage, a kennel that she spends the night in, and the big dog's in the bedroom. And I could put anytime I can hang my hand over the side there, and she's right beside the bed with me, and she's sleeping on the floor.
There you go. Yeah, we have a dog. It's funny. We actually we have the miniature dachshund stays in the bed all the time. The dog just sleeps on our bed every single night since we got it. And the dog's 6.5, going 7. Anyway, then after that, towards the morning, our Great Dane goes outside. And once she goes outside, she knows she's not going to get up anymore, and she wants to lie in the bed, so she gets up on the bed. I got to help her. And then after that, as soon as sunlight comes up, the female Scottish Deerhound comes in the room, and she's crying because she wants me to get up and let her lie between me and my wife. So then I got to get up. The dog jumps on the bed and lies between me and my wife on the bed. So before we actually get up, we have 3 dogs on our bed.
That's what you call a 3-dog night.
It's it's just crazy. That's how it's always been in our life. We had dogs lying all over our beds.
Yeah, that's something we don't allow. The dogs don't get in the bed. They don't get on the furniture. It's the way we trained them.
Well, I'm sorry to say we spoiled the hell out of our dogs because they're always on the couch. We have to have leather couches to make sure you don't destroy them. And then they're always, on the bed.
Roger.
I know. It's something stupid, but we just did it.
Yeah, it's just a habit we never got into.
Yeah, I know. My wife, she never said no. The dogs want to be up on the bed, they get on the bed. I'm noticing something here. I'm driving my amplifier, and I'm actually getting the full 1,000 watts out of it with the way it should. But with my other radio, I could never get it to run to 1,000 watts smoothly, even if I pumped it up to 100 watts. I don't understand why the other radio wouldn't drive this amplifier this well.
With the other radio, how's your standing wave?
Well, it was good between it. It was only like 1.2 to 1 on the input when it was driving the amplifier. I could pump it up to 100 watts, and it would just barely get up to 950. And this one here, I have it up to 85 watts, and it's actually going over 1,000.
Nothing wrong with that.
I don't understand it though. Why the heck? The 7300 just drives this amplifier better.
You're running a 7300?
Yeah, I'm running the 7300. I bought a 7300. It's been on the air for the last 3 days.
All right.
You couldn't tell?
I'll tell you what, your audio is Q5.
I mean, I had the Toad Harbor tune-up.
I'll tell you what, Ray and Randy, they're very, very knowledgeable.
Well, it's funny. I explained to them. I got it really close. The first day I had it on the air, it was a crash course. I got it at 6, the radio at 6 o'clock. I got it at 5 o'clock. And then by, I had it in place and working and on the air and adjusted by 4 in the morning. So I literally, from 6 in the afternoon, I played with the radio and got everything set up and hooked up the amplifier, got everything going, did the audio checks and everything, made sure it didn't have feedback on all the bands and all that stuff. And I finished around 3:30 or 4 in the morning. The day I got on the air with it. So I was on YouTube learning how to use it because going through the manual, they give me a CD for the manual. They don't give you a printout. So I printed out a copy, but I got on YouTube, and my God, the information I got off the YouTube, I had the radio up and running and had everything adjusted and figured out how to get through the menu and everything through YouTube. It was much better than the manual. And then found some tricks that they don't tell you in the manual. But for the most part, that's how I got going. And I explained to Randy and Ray that I had to put a 2 preamp in line. They said, no, you don't need a 2 preamp. I said, yeah, I do. I said, I got the microphone on 100. And I said, this XL, MXL, and it's just not getting full volume out. It's not sufficient. And they said, no, take it off. So I did, and they both agreed. They said, put the 2 preamp back on. So I had to put the 2 preamp back on, and so that's what's helped driving the radio. I'm driving with a 2 preamp, and I have it so the microphone gain on the radio is like around 65. So I got a little bit of play on the radio, and I don't have to go to the 2 preamp settings to play with it.
All right. I'll tell you, when I first got on, I was running a 761, and they said, man, you're terrible. Then we finally got that set, and I told him, hey, I have another radio under the bench that I've had here for months and never hauled it out. I hauled it out, and it was this here 7600.
And you have the 7600, right?
7600, yeah.
And did they tell you to get that, or did you just happen to have it?
No. My wife got it for me. When Amateurs closed down, this was an open box radio, and she got a deal on it. And like I say, I didn't get a license general till I think it was March 3rd of last year, and they said pull it out, and well, I've been running it ever since. Every now and then I'll run the 7600 or I'll run the 440 SAT.
There you go. Well, it's a good radio. I mean, my other radio had too much bass in it, and I took this radio and I used it on my SDR. I record myself on my SDR because you can't listen to when you play on the SDR because there's a delay, and it confuses your mind on how you talk. So I turned off the audio and just recorded it straight to the unit, and I played it back. I actually used the reference of this radio since I was so happy with the audio. I referenced the audio from this one, and I used the audio from this to reference how I want to adjust the Yaesu to sound like it, and I actually almost got it identical. It's so close. I don't think you could. If I was on the air and you didn't know it, you probably couldn't hear it. You wouldn't know. But I was talking to Randy. I said, yeah, Randy, I got the Yaesu sounding pretty good. He says, I already heard it yesterday. I said, no, you didn't hear it today. And so I got on the air with the Yaesu, and he says, that sounds like DICOM now. I said, yep. I said, it sure does. I said, I finally got the damn thing set right.
Roger. I have our Yaesu here. FT221. It's a all-band or all-mode 2-meter.
Well, see, that's why, everybody says, well, now that you have the 7300, get rid of the 991. I said, the problem is the 991 has UHF AM, FM, sideband, and it has digital mode where it talks fusion on every band. So I have 2 meters and 440 and 6 meters. I can get on repeaters, and I can get on contest. And I said, I can't sell it. I said, I'll lose my UHF and VHF sideband.
Yeah, like I say, as far as repeaters go, I can't tell you anything about them. And the FM, I can't tell you anything about that. Everything I do here is on sideband.
Well, besides on sideband on contest, they have VHF and UHF contests. If you're on 2 meters and you have some kind of height or an antenna, get on there when the contest. They have like 4 contests a year, and I mean all weekend. You'll be making 2-meter contacts even with a vertical. And you get ones out there that have awesome setups, and they'll pick you out, no problem. They want your contact. And I usually make probably about 40 contacts on sideband on 2 meters, and probably about a dozen or so on 440. But that's when I get on the air with sideband and stuff. And so once in a while there's some nuts around here, but I need a better antenna to get into. I can hear them, but my antenna's just not sufficient. It's a vertical. I need to get a beam to get in their nets.
Yeah, I'm going to be using a 3 or 4 element 2-meter beam, and the doggone thing, it'll be horizontal.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it, to go horizontal. And let me see here. What else is going on? KA3SPK. I forgot to do that. So maybe I didn't do too late. Are you planning on doing a 440 or just 2 meters?
Probably just 2 meters for now. KC3, KXP.
Well, you should get a small little a little 4 or 5 element beam and have some fun with it.
Yeah, like I say, Chris, the guys I talk to are the ones that I know or want to know, and I really don't talk to anybody else. I'm a rag chewer. I'm not a contester.
Yeah, but you can meet people. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of guys out there. I talked to quite a few people on 2 meters, and they're going home from work and stuff like that. And I've talked to them coming from D.C. all the way to Pennsylvania on Simplex channels. And they weren't in D.C. They were more like at the Beltway. But I talked to them they were driving for probably an hour and something. And you can have some really good conversations, but that's rag chewing. What the heck?
Yeah, I just bought a 4-band mobile unit for my truck. It's a TYT, I think 9800.
I have 2 of those. They're great radios.
Really? You like them?
I like them a lot. Now, I bought one of those Diamond quad band antennas for it. They work good, but they're not a real high gain antenna. 2 meters to 440, you get some gain out of it, but on 6 meters, it's a quarter wave, and on 10 meters, it's a cut down antenna, so it's about half the gain of a quarter wave. So it works, but it's not that great. But it gives you good SWRs, and it gets you on the air. You can get into some 10-meter repeaters if you have them in your area, or you can talk simplex from car to car. It's sort of like a CB antenna. It's like imagine having a CB with about
40 watts. That's what you got.
Yeah, and you're talking a quad band diamond antenna. That's what I got.
Yeah, the quad band diamond antenna with a little dog leg off of it, with the antenna with the dog leg.
Oh, there's a couple of squigglies in it, and the whole thing's probably about 20 inches high, 22, 24 inches high.
No, the one I have, I think it's about I'd say it's probably about 3.5 feet, 4 foot tall. It's a quad band made by Diamond. I don't know what the model number is. It has a trap. It has a base. It has a trap going up. Then it has a little bit further up. It has a little antenna that dog legs off of it and comes over about 3 inches into another little vertical that's off to the side. And then they have the one that goes up to the center that is for 10 meters.
I have something different then.
They have 2 diamond antennas that are quad banders. That's the one I went with because it was easier to tune.
Okay, and I haven't got it in yet, but I've got that 2970. It's a 100 watt, 10, 12 meter radio, and I've got a Wilson 5000 for that.
2970. What is that?
RCI 2970. It's a 10, 12 meter radio. It's got a huge heat sink on the bottom.
I've seen them.
It's just a nice glorified TV.
Not that particular one with the heat sink. Yeah, it has a heat sink with a hole across the bottom of it, and they're about a little over 3/4 of an inch fins.
Yeah. This year probably about 1.25 inch fins.
All right, maybe it's 1.25 inch. I remember seeing that. I've seen that radio before. That should work. Get yourself a nice quarter wave stainless steel whip with a ball mount and a spring on it, and get a little simple mobile tuner.
Yeah, I said I've got a Wilson 5000 for that.
Yeah, how long is that? Maybe 60 inches?
It's long, probably between 48 and 60 inches. It's a long one. It's a long whip.
Yeah, it should be all right. It'll work fine. I like the quarter waves because you get as much antenna as you can out there.
Roger.
I used to have what is it called? A 5/8 wave K40 antenna. You ever seen this?
I've had K40s. Now, I had a trunk mount, and someone went and, quarter turn, and your antenna's gone. The load in the antenna's gone. All you got is a base left. And I had several of them, or a couple of them, and someone helped themselves to my antennas.
No, not those. Those are the base load. I'm talking about the 5/8 wave stick antennas they made. They were about 4.5 foot long, 5 foot long.
I don't think I've ever seen them.
Yeah, they were top-loaded 5/8 wave antennas that the bottom of it, where it went onto a ball mount, screwed on a ball mount. It looked like the trucker antennas, the big fiberglass, big fat ones. But it was about 4.5 or 5 foot long. I think it was 5 foot long. And it had spirals of wire that was heat shrinked on it. It went up near the top, and at the very top, you had a top load where the last, not quite a foot, 8 inches or 10 inches of the antenna had massive winding of wire for tuning purposes. And you could, 2 ways you could do it. You could either, they had a little slip-on thing, like a piece of plasticky, rubbery plastic that you could slide on it, and you could tune your antenna by sliding this piece of plastic up and down, which had compound in it that would change the capacitance on the top load, and it would cause the antenna to resonate where you wanted it to. So you slid it up or down, and it would change the peak to whether it was better at the top end of the band or the bottom end of the band. But you can slide it and adjust it, or you could take it off and just start cutting wire and hope you don't cut too much off. But I had one of those, and I was running it with my Texas Star 600, and someone was watching me going down the road because I was keying down, and these idiots, I just was ticked off, and I just keyed down, and I guess I had keyed down for too long, let's put it that way, and the top of my antenna, about 1 solid inch of the top of the antenna literally burned off, and all what was left is the fiberglass and some of the bare metal. It was all burnt to hell, but everything else, as you can see, was just charred and all gnarly looking.
All right. Did they stop you and tell you your antenna's sparking?
There was a taxi cab driver that was pointing up at my antenna. I didn't understand why. And I was just going into D.C. to do some work to set up a PA system. And he's pointing up at my antenna. Until I got to that place, I didn't realize what happened. I looked up there, and the whole top of my antenna, about the 2 inches of my antenna, was completely burned off.
All right.
And it never blew up the amplifier.
Oh, Chris, we're going on 11 o'clock. I'm ready to pull the pin.
All right, sounds good. All right, Tom, nice talking to you. And I'm sure we'll chat again. KA3SBK.
Okay, Chris, always a pleasure. You rest easy now. KC3, KXP clear.
KA3SBK.